Chapter 848. Qin Yunran said straightforwardly, "For sure, whoever sits on the seat of the Heavenly Emperor will make the decision. It's always been this way." On the surface, this was the decision of the past rules. However, in fact, secretly, there was still a subtle balance. If the situation of the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates was grasped by the Heavenly Emperor Gate, then the situation of mutual restraint and restraint would not exist. There must be a balance of power. This way, by forming a restriction, it would make the situation of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain more stable. There would be less despotism and more balance. Qin Chongyang shot a meaningful glance at Qin Yunran and hinted him to not speak in a rush. In fact, Qin Chongyang was extremely interested in Yun Xuechen's suggestion. Among the chiefs of the Qin clan, Qin Chongyang was the most rational, the most pragmatic and the one that considered the problem the most comprehensively. Considering from all aspects, he felt that for this Heavenly Emperor competition, the Qin clan only had a 30% chance of winning. The Xin clan also had a 30% chance. The one with the greatest hope was the Yun clan that was not involved in the battle. The Yun clan held a 40% chance. As for the other powerhouses, certainly they would be the green leaves to set off the red flower. For the Heavenly Emperor Gate competition, without these three powerhouses, certainly the other powerhouses would not have any possibility. They would not even sign up. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Emperor Gate was the #1 authority at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Only those three old powerhouses were qualified to compete. Historically, these three powerhouses had taken turns to be the host. Qin Chongyang felt that since the Qin clan did not have a firm grasp of victory, they must consider the distribution of this spot. If the Qin clan could grasp the distribution of one spot, in the future situation of the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates, at least they could pull in a firm ally. Once the seat of the Heavenly Emperor did not fall into their hands, they would have another way out. If the Qin clan could acquire the seat of the Heavenly Emperor as they wished, then one less spot would not affect the general situation greatly. With the thunderous methods the Qin clan had used since ancient times, it would not be a problem to intimidate the other sects. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Qin Chongyang felt that it would be better to distribute these two spots equally. The Qin clan must grasp one spot. With Qin Wushuang's personality, of course he would be straightforward and let the Heavenly Emperor Gate have the final say. Additionally, he had powerful confidence that he must seize the seat of the Heavenly Emperor. However, for the balance between the Qin and the Yun clan, and the current situation of the Qin clan, they needed a buffer. They could not act too forcefully. If they were overly domineering and even the Yun clan had to be wary of the Qin clan, then the Qin clan would unavoidably be in the center of the whirlpool of attention. They would become extremely passive. Therefore, it was up to the Yun family to decide on this issue. He could sell this favor to the Yun clan and give them some benefits. By that time, when the Qin clan seized the Heavenly Emperor seat, it would be better than anything if the Yun clan did not throw a tantrum with the Qin clan. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Since Chief Yun has asked this question, I think the Yun clan already has some initial rules. Why don't you tell us about it? If it's feasible, we can discuss everything." Since Qin Wushuang had displayed such a lofty attitude, how could Yun Xuechen not follow up on it? He laughed. "Indeed, my Yun clan has some immature ideas. With the exchange of the spots of the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates, it's hard to say how many houses will be produced. The initial intention of my head chief is that if it's an even number, we will split it in half and each of us will push for half of the spots. If it's an odd number, we will split it in half and the Heavenly Emperor Gate will have one more spot. What do you think, chiefs?" This suggestion was complete egalitarianism. Qin Wushuang laughed. "In history, at most, 5 spots have been exchanged for the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates. Now this time, I think there should be many spots. Everyone will be happy with an equal distribution." However, the Shen Yuan clan might not agree. After all, they hoped to see the power of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain concentrated. Therefore, I feel that regardless of who sits on the seat of the Heavenly Emperor, the loser will have the right to decide one spot. The remaining spots will belong to the Heavenly Emperor Gate. This way, it's good to show the authority of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. When the Shen Yuan clan sees this, they will have nothing to say. In the end, Qin Wushuang was not willing to do an equal distribution. If the Yun clan were to seize the seat of the Heavenly Emperor, it would be nice for the Qin clan to get half of the spots. The problem was that although Qin Wushuang appeared to be keeping a low profile in this Heavenly Emperor competition, inwardly, he concealed a surge of powerful belief. He was determined to win and did not plan to let the seat of the Heavenly Emperor fall to someone else. Therefore, in the end, he was unwilling to disperse the power. One spot was a convenient favor to sell to the Yun clan, a form of strategy. If he gave away too much power, the balance would be balanced. However, the power would also be dispersed. The iron blood policy of the Qin clan emphasized toughness. If the power was too dispersed, clearly it would not be easy to deal with. Upon seeing Qin Wushuang's attitude, Yun Shuechen knew that this person would not go back on his words. He did not argue and laughed. "All right, I will bring your intentions back to my head chief. Regardless, for the competition for the Heavenly Emperor seat, our two houses must work together to push out the Shin clan and kick them out. Or else, when the Shin clan comes to power, the future Heavenly Emperor Mountain will never stop fighting. The so-called fox grieves when the rabbit dies." When the Qin clan fell into a crisis and was in imminent danger, the Yun clan was also anxious inwardly. If the Shin clan successfully annihilated the Qin clan, then the second spearhead would certainly point to the Yun clan. Shin Tianwen's ambition was to replace the Yun and Qin clan to become the number one existence at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. If the Qin and Yun clan were annihilated, naturally those inheritance and foundation would not be a problem. Thus, the Shin clan would be the number one sect by right. After sending away Yun Shuechen, Qin Chongyang revealed a solemn expression as he said to Qin Wushuang, "Head chief, the proposal of the Yun clan is rather moving." Qin Yunran did not agree. "What's moving? If the authority of the Heavenly Emperor Gate cannot be displayed, would it still be called the Heavenly Emperor Mountain?" Qin Chongyang knew Second's temper as he laughed and did not mind. Instead, after a moment of silence, he said, "Now, Shin Tianwen's authority is not being displayed. So now the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is in a mess." Qin Yunran picked up the topic quickly. "Not necessarily. Although the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is chaotic, Shin Tianwen is able to urge other sects to suppress the Qin clan because he relied on the convenient advantage of the Heavenly Emperor position. Yes, therefore we must not let the authority disperse. When the Qin clan acquired the Heavenly Emperor position, of course we do not wish for the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates to have too few trusted powerhouses." When Qin Yunran said this with a chuckle, he said to Qin Wushuang, "Head chief, what do you think?" Qin Wushuang said lightly, "I have already expressed my thoughts." "Head chief, you mean that it's necessary for the Heavenly Emperor to gather the authority? Then why not support the Heavenly Emperor to gather the authority?" Qin Chongyang was still somewhat confused. This spot is not to fight for the Qin clan, but to give the Yun clan a way out, a buffer on the face, and a psychological comfort. Indeed, Qin Wushuang's tone intimidated Qin Chongyang. Even Qin Yunran was somewhat stunned. He roared with laughter, hearing the tone of head chief, "The Qin clan is determined to win." Qin Chongyang nodded. "If we do not have the determination to get it, what can we use to compete for the Heavenly Emperor position?" Qin Wushuang revealed a brilliant smile in a calm and unruffled manner. "Currently, in the eyes of outsiders, we are the weak party, the party that is looked down upon. If we do not have the slightest morale and do not rely on ourselves to encourage ourselves, how can we increase our temperament, haha?" Qin Chongyang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, yet he was interrupted by Qin Yunran. Qin Yunran said in high spirits, "Head chief is right. If we do not have the confidence to win, how can we fight this battle? Third, it's good that you are thoughtful. However, the current situation is not clear and the Qin clan is not the Qin clan from the past. Even if the Qin clan does not sit on the Heavenly Emperor seat, at most we will conceal our strength and bide our time for another 500 years. When the time is ripe, we will fight for it. To fight for one or two so-called spots, it would appear to be too small of a scope. To haggle over every detail and neglect the overall strategy, it would not be beautiful." As soon as Qin Yunran spoke these words, it allowed Qin Wushuang to fully realize why Qin Yunran was the second chief and Qin Chongyang was the third chief. From a strategic perspective, Qin Yunran was indeed more magnanimous than Qin Chongyang. Compared to Qin Yunran's coarseness, Qin Chongyang was more meticulous. Therefore, he was more suitable to manage the secular affairs of the Qin clan. Qin Chongyang pondered silently and did not appear to be unhappy. Instead, he was thinking about something. Qin Wushuang encouraged him, "Third chief, the second chief is right. Since we are in a disadvantageous position, we must have the courage to cut off all means of retreat. Don't worry too much and don't think too much about the cause and effect. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Now, even if we can fight for 2 spots, if the Heavenly Emperor seat does not fall on the Qin clan, what about the powerhouses we recommend? Those who betray us will still betray us. In this year, strength and status are the most important." Since the head chief spoke, of course Qin Chongyang would not have any other ideas. After some careful thinking, he felt it made sense. If they did not seize the Heavenly Emperor seat, the so-called spots would only be fleeting clouds. What you recommended didn't work. With a single order from the Heavenly Emperor Gate, the possibility of them turning around to attack you would be greater than fighting against the Heavenly Emperor Gate directly. Head Chief, if the Qin clan acquires the Heavenly Emperor seat, what kind of changes will happen to the order of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates? Qin Chongyang probed to ask. The Shin clan, the Heavenly Punishing Villa, and the Sound of Thunder sect, these 3 powerhouses will certainly disappear from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Especially the Shin clan, they must be absolutely irreconcilable. If there is him, there will be no me. Only this way, we can eliminate future troubles and intimidate the other sects. If they go against the Qin clan, even if they are as strong as the Shin clan, they will become fleeting clouds. This way, if other sects want to go against the Qin clan in the future, they must think about it. The Shin clan was the chief evil, the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heavenly Punishing Villa were accomplices. However, those 2 powerhouses had always shared a blood feud with the Qin clan. Therefore, if the Qin clan were to gain power, they would never tolerate these 2 powerhouses. They would not leave 2 poisonous snakes in their backyard and threaten the existence of the Qin clan at any time. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 849. Qin Wushuang's confidence gave Qin Yunran and the others great confidence. Even for someone as meticulous and cautious as Qin Chongyang, he was somewhat more optimistic in private. He felt that since the head chief was so promising at such a young age, it would not be too much to call him a genius bestowed by the heavens. Since he was a genius bestowed by the heavens, it would not be an exaggeration for him to create some world-shaking events. The fate of the Qin clan was full of setbacks. Now with Qin Wushuang, it would not be impossible for him to create a major scene for the Qin clan. Head chief, if we ascend to the Heavenly Emperor seat, the selection of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates will be profound. Although the floating snow house is a rising star, regardless of personal relationship or personal strength, it's enough for them to have a place. Additionally, for many first-rate powerhouses, in these few decades, many of them have emerged to challenge the seats of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. By that time, certainly it will be a situation where there are too many monks and too little gruel. If we are to distribute the spots, we must sound the drums. If we let those thorns ascend to the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, they would be mischievous and would be trouble in the future. This problem must be considered. Second chief, you have a wide range of friends. Among the many sects of the Xian Yuan Mound, you have prestige. You can go to these powerhouses that are qualified to compete. You can sound them out and inquire about the actual situation. It's best that these spots can be used by the Qin clan. I don't want there to be so many troublesome matters after the Qin clan becomes the Heavenly Emperor. Yes. Following Qin Wushuang's instructions, Qin Yunran went out the next day under the guise of traveling and started to make preparations. At a mysterious zone at the Heavenly Fire southern border, Saberbeard transformed into a dragon-bearded daoist. As a burst of light dropped, he dropped near a mountain cave where Xin Tianwen was in solitary training. Daoist Tianwen, 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 2 years have passed, how do you feel now? Saber-Beard asked with a faint smile. Shin Tian-Wen opened his eyes leisurely. Divine lights flashed in his eyes, for it showed that his divine soul had advanced greatly. Daoist Saber-Beard, from the looks of you, you are in high spirits, your strength has improved. It's worth celebrating. Shin Tian-Wen started to play the flattery. Saber-Beard said with an indifferent smile, Daoist Tian-Wen, let's not speak these courteous words between us. You've improved a lot in the past 2 years. From what I see, passing the 3 tribulations of the true Supreme Tao stage shouldn't be a big problem. As long as you enter the 4th calamity of the genuine Supreme Tao stage, in the entire Xian Yuan Mound, besides Xian Yuan Yang, the paramount totem elite warrior, who else would be your opponent? Bursts of strange feelings emerged from Shin Tianwen's heart. Initially, before Xian Yuan Wei, he was fearful and careful. Now, even if he encountered Xian Yuan Wei, even if his strength was still somewhat inferior, it would definitely not be as great as before, causing him to not even dare to breathe loudly. Daoist Saber-Beard, not to mention other things, I owe you this favor. Shin Tianwen was in a great mood. Since he did not need any capital to flatter, of course he would not be stingy. Shin Tianwen also had good luck. When he and Saber-Beard came to explore the Heavenly Fire southern border, they went deep into the barren land. After experiencing many dangers, they truly found an immemorial ancient temple. Clearly, this ancient temple belonged to a powerful divine beast clan from the immemorial period. In addition to having a large amount of divine soul seals, there were also some divine skills of the beast clan. The divine skills of the beast clan were only displayed with some special totem words. They would never involve words and would not be written. Shin Tianwen did not understand the totem words of the beast clan, yet Saber-Beard did. With Saber-Beard's help, Shin Tianwen discovered that the divine skills of this immemorial divine beast clan were incredibly powerful. Of course, in the end, Shin Tianwen was a grandmaster of his generation and was not a young man who could not hold his temper. Instead, he chose 2 techniques to train. One of them was the beast controlling technique. He could manipulate the divine soul seals of the divine beasts. This technique was extraordinary. In fact, the divine soul seals of the divine beasts were the seals of the beast soul pellets. It could summon the beast soul of the divine beasts to attack. Its power was extraordinary. For this ancient temple, there were 6 scrolls of such beast soul seals. Saber-Beard was rather generous as he shared it equally with Shin Tianwen. Each of them took 3 scrolls. To Shin Tianwen, it was like adding wings to a tiger. He was just worried about the lack of manpower at the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Once the sealed beast souls of the divine beasts were summoned, they could also congeal into the form of the divine beasts and transform into human forms. When manipulating them, they would be a group of good thugs and accomplices. Naturally, this beast controlling technique was a divine soul technique. Shin Tianwen's divine soul stage was exceptional. When he trained this divine soul control technique, he had high comprehension. The second technique was the 100-change demonic beast soul technique. For this technique, it would allow Qin Wushuang to merge with the bloodline of the divine beasts and train this divine skill. After he mastered it, he could transform into the shape of these bloodline beasts and perform the divine skills of the divine beasts with great power. Most importantly, this technique was unpredictable and endless. It would catch people off guard. If a divine beast were to attack suddenly, the effect would be reliable. These 2 divine skills were also Shin Tianwen's main focus. Shin Tianwen knew the principle of biting off more than one could chew. Therefore, he chose these divine skills with great focus. The first one was to make up for the lack of manpower of the Shin clan. As for the second one, it was targeted at the most elite warriors of the Qin and Yun clan. By training this divine skill with great changes, it would display exceptional power. In the situation of elite warriors, it could be used as a surprise weapon to win. During these 2 years of solitary training, although Shin Tianwen's strength had risen along with the tide, these 2 techniques also showed signs of success. Therefore, he invited Saber-Beard to discuss returning to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Saber-Beard did not object as he muttered to himself irresolutely, "Now, it's only a few months until the Heavenly Emperor election. Let's go back and prepare to prevent that Qin clan from being too arrogant." Humph, Qin clan. When Shin Tianwen said these two words, he gritted his teeth and felt incredibly annoyed. His hatred to the Qin clan was as the Qin clan had said. It was a form of perverted mentality that accumulated over time. Daoist Tianwen, I'm talking too much. If your Shin clan wants to maintain the Heavenly Emperor position, the difficulty will not only come from the Qin clan. If you stop looking at the Qin clan and ignore that Shin clan, it will definitely be a great mistake. You cannot do that. The Yun clan pays lip service. They are also not good people. Clearly, Shin Tianwen did not have a good impression of the Yun clan. Especially before the punitive expedition against the Qin clan, the Yun clan was determined to not cooperate. It made it difficult for the Heavenly Emperor Shin clan to step down. If it weren't for the Yun clan making all sorts of excuses, how could the Qin clan still exist? Yes, there is no time to lose. Let's hurry back to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and prepare. We should also inquire about the movements of the Qin clan and the Yun clan. Those sects at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain also need your comfort. Daoist Saber-Beard is right. Shin Tianwen felt somewhat strange. In the past, this Daoist Saber-Beard had always used the tone of returning a favor to him. He did not have much interest in the Shin clan seizing the Heavenly Emperor position. Now, with his enthusiasm, it seemed that he was worried that Qin Wushuang of the Qin clan would seek revenge. Shin Tianwen did not think too deeply. With a great helper like Saber-Beard, regardless of which angle he looked at it, it would be advantageous. With the help of Saber-Beard for the Heavenly Emperor competition, he would have a much greater assurance. Currently, clearly Shin Tianwen's confidence had completely recovered to how it was before the punitive expedition against the Qin clan. He was complacent and full of confidence. When he explored the ancient temple of the Heavenly Fire southern border with Saber-Beard, he had narrowly escaped death. Shin Tianwen felt that the failure of the punitive expedition against the Qin clan did not lie with him, but with his subordinates not being nimble enough. There was a saying that one should not fear a wolf-like opponent, but a pig-like teammate. Those subordinates did have a lot of people and great momentum. However, in the end, it was difficult for them to assume personal responsibility. At the crucial moment, they could not share the pressure of Shin Tianwen. Therefore, this time Shin Tianwen was full of confidence. It was because he felt that his strength had increased greatly. With the help of Saber-Beard and those sealed divine beast souls, certainly it would be easy to control the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Daoist Tianwen, this time, it's our great fortune to have acquired the ruins of the immemorial ancient temple. I see that you have at least 70% assurance to defend the Heavenly Emperor seat. I do have something to ask you. If you sit on the Heavenly Emperor seat, how do you plan to distribute the spots of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates? Humph, if the Shin clan continues to sit firmly on the Heavenly Emperor seat, that Qin clan must be kicked out. Those 3 traitors must also not be left alive. As for the Yun clan, we will talk about it later. Saber-Beard laughed and carried a trace of strange smile on the corner of his mouth. Shin Tianwen saw through it and knew that this guy did not agree. He laughed. Daoist Saber-Beard, do you have any brilliant ideas? Please do not be stingy and give me some pointers. It's not a brilliant idea, but that Qin clan has a profound foundation. Even if your Shin clan obtains the Heavenly Emperor seat, to kick the Qin clan out, you must have a powerhouse with the power to replace them. After all, the spots of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates are fought for through martial arts, not through words. Perhaps the Qin clan cannot beat you, Shin Tianwen, but it's more than enough to beat other sects. In fact, when you went on a punitive expedition against the Qin clan, if you didn't have the advantage of numbers, I am afraid you would have made a fool of yourself. These were honest words. Shin Tianwen also knew that the Qin clan possessed a profound foundation and tyrannical strength. Even if they were to fight one-on-one with the Shin clan, the odds of winning would reach 40 to 60. Shin Tianwen was poked at his sore spot, yet he could not explode before Saber-Beard. Instead, he said, however, if the Qin clan is not kicked out of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the rule of the Shin clan will not be stable. The Shin clan and the Qin clan are absolutely irreconcilable. In the past, we could barely get along. Now, we will not rest until one of us dies. Yes, therefore, to kick out the Qin clan, we must talk about some strategy. In the competition for the Heavenly Emperor seat, we must make a heavy move and injure the Qin clan greatly. Only this way, we can let them get challenged and kicked out of the competition for the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. As long as they are kicked out of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, in the future, as the Heavenly Emperor, you can make a move on them whenever you want. It's much more convenient than when they were at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Inside the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, they were all part of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. If they did not have a dignified excuse, most likely they would feel some pressure to make a move. Although it would be difficult to explain before the Totem Clan, before the tens and thousands of powerhouses of the Shen Yuan Mound, they would also lose the support of the people. After all, no one wanted to have a narrow-minded, cruel, and vengeful Heavenly Emperor gate. Xin Tianwen's return to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had caused quite a stir. The happiest ones were the Xin clan, as well as the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect whose fate was on the verge of collapse. With Xin Tianwen's return, they would finally have a backbone. I did not break my promise, haha. Thank you for everyone's blessings, thank you for your monthly votes. There are still 3 days until the end of the month, the situation of the monthly votes is still grim. I hope for the last 3 days, everyone will still support me. On the 30th, Old Bull will erupt again and make a curtain call for the Great June. Please give your monthly votes to Old Bull. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 850. As the date of the Heavenly Emperor election kept approaching, Qin Wushuang handed over all matters of the sect to Qin Chongyang. He was in solitary training and unknowingly, he had successfully passed the 6th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. When the Great Five Elements Supreme Tao essence was successfully congealed and the 5 elements formed a reincarnation cycle, it allowed Qin Wushuang's training to advance rapidly. At the Transformation Supreme Tao stage, his speed was still fast. 1 year of training was equivalent to 10 years of training for others. At this speed, when the day of the Heavenly Emperor election arrives, it will not be a problem for me to pass the 7th calamity. Compared to the 2nd and 3rd calamities of the genuine Supreme Tao stage, there is still a huge difference. The head chief of the Yun clan is on par with Grand Elder Xiaotian. Currently, he is about the 2nd calamity of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. In these dozen years, I have not fought with that Xin Tianwen. I wonder what his strength is like. I wonder what he did when he went to the Heavenly Fire southern border. In terms of top elite warriors, perhaps Xin Tianwen would be more difficult to deal with than Yun Qinghan, the head chief of the Yun clan. After all, Xin Tianwen and the Qin clan shared an irreconcilable grudge. Currently, Qin Wushuang's training focus was the Great Five Elements Reincarnation Seal technique. This Great Five Elements Reincarnation Seal had 5 profound stages. Qin Wushuang's goal was to achieve perfection on the 3rd stage. Besides the Great Five Elements Reincarnation Seal, he would focus on refining the 3 genuine Supreme Tao 9th Calamity weapons. These 3 weapons were divine weapons that accompanied their previous owners to pass the 9th calamity of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. They possessed extraordinary power. If he could unleash his potential, theoretically, he would be half an elite warrior at the 9th calamity of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. The Heavenly Emperor sword belonged to the metal attribute and possessed astonishing attack power. The Earth Emperor spear belonged to the earth attribute and possessed a balance between offense and defense. The yin-yang nature blade was a combination of yin and yang, possessing both water and fire. It possessed exceptional power. Initially, Qin Wushuang only refined the Heavenly Emperor sword and the Earth Emperor spear. It was because of the water attribute of the yin-yang nature blade. Initially, Qin Wushuang could not refine the essence of the water attribute. Currently, with the 5 attributes of Qin Wushuang, it was a piece of cake for him to refine these 3 weapons. In addition, the owner of the 7 deadly arrays formation had been very thoughtful when he set up these weapons. As long as the 5 elemental divine Tao soul essences were successfully condensed, he would be able to refine these 3 divine Tao weapons. As for how much power he could unleash, that would depend on his divine soul. Qin Wushuang had just passed through the 6th tribulation, but his godly soul state with all 5 elements was at least comparable to the first or second tribulation of the genuine supreme Tao realm. In addition, these 3 divine weapons were tailor-made for the owner of the 7 deadly arrays formation. Therefore, it was easier to activate their power. Qin Wushuang spent 3 months and successfully divided his divine soul into 3 and controlled 3 genuine supreme path weapons at the same time. However, even though Qin Wushuang's divine soul was comparable to a second tribulation genuine supreme path expert, he could only unleash 30 to 40% of the power of the 3 genuine supreme path weapons in his hands. Qin Wushuang was already feeling extremely satisfied. If he could take another step forward and pass the 7th tribulation of the transformation supreme Tao stage, he could unleash 40% of the power of these 3 genuine supreme Tao weapons. If he were to perform above normal, he could even unleash 50%. If I can unleash 50% of their power, I have the confidence to deal with Xin Tianwen and that divine beast Saberbeard at the same time. Currently, Qin Wushuang was also full of confidence. When he trained these 3 genuine supreme Tao 9th calamity weapons, combined with the seal technique of the Great 5 Attributes reincarnation seal, he was like a fishback in water. Besides these 3 genuine supreme Tao weapons, naturally the graceful spiritual bow was still his main equipment. However, now Qin Wushuang intended to train his puppet clones. The graceful spiritual bow would be used to intimidate enemies. He was famous for using the graceful spiritual bow. When he encountered a true elite warrior, certainly they would be extra vigilant against the graceful spiritual bow. Therefore, the power of the graceful spiritual bow would be greatly reduced. Therefore, in the battle for the Heavenly Emperor seat, this graceful spiritual bow would not play the main role. To have more trump cards in battle, Qin Wushuang further refined the immemorial dragon bloodline. He put in a lot of hard work in transforming into the dragon form. The bloodline of the immemorial dragon clan was not ordinary. Once he transformed into the dragon form and performed the Great 5 Attributes reincarnation seal, the power would be even more astonishing. This was something Qin Wushuang did not expect. Besides the 3 genuine supreme Tao 9th calamity weapons, the graceful spiritual bow, and the Great 5 Attributes reincarnation seal, Qin Wushuang's other trump card was naturally the 9 palace return 1 sword formation. Last time, after Qin Wushuang sacrificed a golem puppet, he felt extremely pained. Once again, he crafted 2 puppets. After he perfected the 9 palace return 1 sword formation, he deliberately cultivated a golem puppet clone that had the highest compatibility with him. To put it bluntly, this clone was a scapegoat to confuse the enemy. In order to make this clone appear more powerful, Qin Wushuang used the immemorial dragon bloodline to refine this puppet. The great golem puppet, which had been refined at great cost, was naturally extraordinary. Its physical body was strong, many times stronger than an ordinary transformation supreme Tao cultivator. For this battle, Qin Wushuang could be said to have taken out all the cards in his hands to optimize. He was only waiting to defeat the enemy on the battlefield. And the 9 golem puppets of the 9 palace return 1 sword formation were all controlled by the divine soul of a supreme Tao elite warrior. These divine souls were Qin Wushuang's own puppets. In this way, Qin Wushuang only needed a touch of divine soul to control them freely. It was as simple as controlling the 5 fingers on his palm. These 9 golem puppets were Qin Wushuang's great trump cards. Qin Wushuang naturally gave them the best equipment. Needless to say, the supreme Tao armor was naturally the best equipment. The transformation supreme Tao weapons were also the best equipment. For such equipment, it could be said that they were armed to the teeth. Qin Wushuang knew that Xin Tianwen would not return empty-handed when he went to the Heavenly Fire southern border. Therefore, he must consider what kind of reinforcements Xin Tianwen had found at the Heavenly Fire southern border, or what fortuitous opportunities he had acquired. He must consider all possibilities thoroughly. On this day, Qin Wushuang was in solitary training. When Qin Yunran returned, he paid a visit to the head chief. Qin Wushuang knew that Qin Yunran must have brought important news. Therefore, he came out of solitary training to meet him. Indeed, Qin Yunran brought back many useful news. The first piece of news was about Xin Tianwen. Xin Tianwen also returned to the Heavenly Emperor Gate not long before Qin Yunran returned. This time, Xin Tianwen did not make any major movements. Each of his movements was extremely concealed. He was completely different from the previous Xin Tianwen who revealed his domineering aura. Such a Xin Tianwen had caused even more worry. Head Chief, everyone said that Xin Tianwen went to the Heavenly Fire southern border and explored the immemorial Divine Temple. He acquired supreme fortuitous opportunities. Now, this rumor has spread like wildfire outside the mountain. Through Qin Yunran's tone, there were some hidden worries. Even someone as heroic as Qin Yunran could not refrain from feeling worried. It was apparent that everyone was restraining their fear of Xin Tianwen, this elite warrior who had sat on the Heavenly Emperor seat for thousands of years. After all, those who could sit on the Heavenly Emperor seat would not have an undeserved reputation. In the past, Xin Tianwen was the #1 elite warrior of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates. Although most likely this #1 was tied for first place, since he was the Honorable Heavenly Emperor, his reputation spread far and wide. Naturally, his influence was greater. Currently, Xin Tianwen had returned with different versions of the rumor. Unexpectedly, he had kept a low profile. For sure, there must be something strange. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang was incredibly calm. Without batting an eyelid, he nodded slightly. Is there any movement from the Yun clan? Currently, Qin Wushuang was training with Xin Tianwen and Saberbeard as imaginary enemies. Yun Qinghan, the head chief of the Yun clan, was too mysterious and almost never showed his face. On the contrary, it would be difficult to formulate any targeted strategy. For the Yun clan, head chief Yun Qinghan lives in seclusion. Besides the supreme Dao elite warriors of the Yun clan, I am afraid no one knows about his background. However, according to Grand Elder Xiaotian's estimation, Yun Qinghan's strength is on par with his. Yes, then what did you gain from this trip? Qin Yunran's eyes immediately lit up as he said with overflowing interest, needless to say about the floating snow house. Now that you are the head chief, the floating snow house is determined to follow the Qin clan. I also promise that the floating snow house will surely have a place in the new Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates. When he said this, Qin Yunran raised his head to shoot a glance at Qin Wushuang. Yes, for this promise, the Qin clan can afford it, Qin Wushuang said lightly. For the other powerhouses, are there any that are particularly attentive? Yes. Qin Yunran laughed. There are 2 powerhouses, the Great Second Gate and the Misty Sword Sect. The Great Second Gate is slightly stronger, yet their chief is rather crafty. The Misty Sword Sect is relatively weaker, yet they have admired the Qin clan for a long time. Their sect leader and I have a very close personal relationship. From the way they received me, I know that they cherish this opportunity very much. Per Qin Wushuang's estimation, certainly the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates would be reshuffled. Most likely, there would be 3 powerhouses changing the sect. At most, there would be 3. Therefore, even if the Qin clan were to sit on the seat of the Heavenly Emperor, it would be enough to have 2 reliable recommendation spots. The remaining one could be used as a substitute. Head Chief, what do you think of these 2 powerhouses? If I were to choose one, of course it would be the Misty Sword Sect. Their weak strength can be compensated. However, if they are not loyal, it would not be compensated with benefits. Yes, I also mean this. Besides, the difference between their strength is limited. 6 years ago, another elite warrior of the Great Second Gate broke into the Supreme Dao stage. With 2 Supreme Dao elite warriors, they are slightly stronger than the Misty Sword Sect. Humph, an elite warrior of the Supreme Dao who just broke into the Supreme Dao stage has limited combat power. If it's only this little difference, it can be compensated completely. Tell the Misty Sword Sect that if they pledge allegiance sincerely, we can help them compensate for the difference of 1 Supreme Dao stage. Qin Yunran was overjoyed. This would be great. Head Chief, what methods do you have to compensate for this difference? There are many methods, don't worry about this. The most direct method would be to give them a Supreme Dao fruit. However, we cannot give this thing to people easily. Taking a step back, we can lend them a weapon at the peak of the transformation Supreme Dao stage. Even if an elite warrior at the peak of the common mysterious stage were to face an elite warrior that had just entered the Supreme Tao stage, it would be enough to kill them with a weapon at the peak of the transformation Supreme Tao stage. Taking a step back, we can lend them a divine beast as their guardian divine beast. There are many ways. Go in secret and bring the leader of the Misty Sword sect to see me. Yes. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 851. Although Yun Qinghan, the head chief of the Yun clan, was incredibly mysterious, Qin Wushuang was still worried about Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen. When this person went to the Heavenly Fire southern border, it would be impossible to say that he did not gain anything. The calmer Xin Tianwen was, the more astonishing the eruption he was brewing. Qin Wushuang must figure out whether or not this Xin Tianwen truly acquired fortuitous opportunities, whether or not he truly excavated the immemorial ancient temple. How many trump cards did this ancient temple give Xin Tianwen? If he did not figure out these problems, Qin Wushuang would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. After all, the amount of trump cards Xin Tianwen had was related to the final direction of this battle. The winner would be the king and the loser would be the bandit. If the Qin clan lost this time, in the future, their living space at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain would become even narrower. Certainly the Xin clan would seize the opportunity to suppress the Qin clan until they died. On the other hand, if the Qin clan sat on the Heavenly Emperor seat, they could also use the banner of the Heavenly Emperor Gate to attack the Xin clan with the excuse of clearing the atmosphere at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. As long as they sat on the Heavenly Emperor seat, all actions would be justified. It was because the winner would be the king. The loser would forever be in a passive situation. It was because the loser would not have the right to speak and could only be the bandit. There would be no waves without wind. There must be a reason for the rumor of Xin Tianwen acquiring fortuitous opportunities. Or else, it would not have spread out in such a miraculous manner. Qin Wushuang suspected that perhaps this was Xin Tianwen's trick in secret. He let people deliberately leak some signals. Now that the Qin clan was recruiting people everywhere, certainly the Xin clan would also pacify people everywhere. When the Qin clan sat on the Heavenly Emperor seat, the Xin clan, Heavenly Punishing Villa, and Sound of Thunder sect would certainly get out of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Therefore, the Qin clan needed new blood to enter. For the same reason, if the Xin clan continued to sit on the Heavenly Emperor seat, certainly they would drive the Qin clan out with all their efforts. Of course, with the Qin clan having so many Supreme Tao elite warriors, most likely it would be difficult for those substitutes to push the Qin clan out. Therefore, to the Xin clan, certainly the mysterious Reform Gate, 100 Lane House, and 1000 Feather sect that betrayed the Heavenly Emperor Gate would be wiped out by the Xin clan. Xin Tianwen hated being betrayed the most. With his personality, certainly he would not tolerate those three powerhouses. Therefore, a new choice was bound to appear. The Qin clan sought out the Floating Snow House, the Misty Sword sect, and the Great Second Gate. These powerhouses were all sects close to the Qin clan. In a sense, they were on the same side. For these powerhouses that the Qin clan had found, the Xin clan would certainly not consider them. Because this kind of confidential strategy must be kept secret. Then among the trusted subordinate powerhouses of the Xin clan, besides the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect, the most reliable ones on the outside would naturally be the 100 Sword sect and the Vase Mound Mountain. These two forces had once been enemies with Qin Wushuang when they had proposed marriage at the Floating Snow House. Of course, the Xin clan had tacitly agreed to it. When Qin Wushuang thought of this, a smile emerged on the corner of his mouth, as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hand. Among the outer powerhouses, that 100 Sword sect and Vase Mound Mountain are the closest to the Xin clan. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are the Xin clan's trusted subordinates. If the Xin clan were to reshuffle, we would certainly consider these two powerhouses first. This kind of deduction was naturally 100% based on evidence. It was the same as the Qin clan searching for the Floating Snow House and the Misty Sword sect. Such close and distant relationship would not allow the slightest pretense. When he thought of the three words 100 Sword sect, The trace of smile on the corner of Qin Wushuang's mouth became even more full. For your information, a dozen years ago, he had buried a chess piece at the 100-sword sect. He had never used that chess piece. Now, it was finally time to activate it. Initially, when Qin Wushuang had met Mu Rong Qianji at the floating snow house, the heavenly punishing villa and the Sound of Thunder sect had deliberately made things difficult and invited the 100-sword sect and the Vase Mound Mountain to cause trouble. At that time, each of these four powerhouses had sent a young elite to propose marriage to stir up the situation. This had triggered an ordeal to enter the Black Dead Sea. It also allowed Qin Wushuang to search for the bloodline of the immemorial dragon and acquire 2 eggs of the phantom dragon. At that time, the 4 young disciples were Yang Zhuiyang of the heavenly punishing villa, Lei Jiao of the Sound of Thunder sect, and Hu Qiulan of the Vase Mound Mountain. The remaining one was Wu Dingyuan of the 100-sword sect. The previous 3 were all killed by Qin Wushuang one after another at the Black Dead Sea. That Wu Dingyuan was controlled by Qin Wushuang with the divine venomous puppet technique. Initially, Qin Wushuang had arranged it this way to give Wu Dingyuan a way out. It was a foreshadowing. Unexpectedly, it would be useful today. Wu Dingyuan was the first young master of the 100-sword sect and the son of Wu Xuanhu, the head suzerain. Initially, Qin Wushuang had arranged it this way because he was worried that Wu Dingyuan would get exposed. Unexpectedly, each sect did not pay much attention to that matter. Naturally, a figure like Wu Dingyuan would not attract the attention of Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen. Therefore, for all these years, he had not been exposed. Qin Wushuang had told Wu Dingyuan that unless Qin Wushuang took the initiative to look for him, he was not to come to the Qin clan. Qin Wushuang estimated the time. Since Xin Tianwen had returned for such a long time, certainly he would look for the 100-sword sect. Certainly, he would offer some enticement. Being the suzerain, certainly Wu Xuanhu would know some inside information. If Wu Xuanhu knew, then being the first young master, it would be impossible for Wu Dingyuan to not know. Thinking here, Qin Wushuang activated the communication jade plate to contact Wu Dingyuan. Due to the relationship with the divine venomous puppet, Qin Wushuang could almost enter Wu Dingyuan's spiritual perception directly. Indeed, at the 100-sword sect, Wu Dingyuan felt a burst of throbbing inwardly. He said unconsciously, "Master." Qin Wushuang said lightly, "Wu Dingyuan, has any important guest come to your 100-sword sect recently?" Wu Dingyuan was apprehensive inwardly as he said honestly, "Master, 3 days ago, Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen came to the 100-sword sect." "Very good. Do as I say. Go and find out what benefits Xin Tianwen promised the 100-sword sect. Remember to get the details and reply to me. Don't do it deliberately, you must remain calm and collected. You must not make your father suspicious, understand?" Wu Dingyuan was extremely meticulous as he kept answering, Yes, of course I understand." "Good, when the Qin clan sits on the Heavenly Emperor seat, I will restore your freedom. I will never break my promise." Wu Dingyuan was overjoyed when he heard these words and was full of motivation. He kept promising. Qin Wushuang did not say much and only encouraged him with a few words. 3 days later, indeed Wu Dingyuan contacted Qin Wushuang and said with an incredibly excited voice, "Master, I already found out. Indeed, Xin Tianwen came to my 100-sword sect to tempt us. He promised us a big picture. He said that for this Heavenly Emperor election, he will certainly help us enter the Heavenly Emperor Mountain." "Humph, you have a big tone. What right does Xin Tianwen have to boast? Without outside help, it's difficult for the 100-sword sect to compete for the position of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. That Xin Tianwen must have given you some trump cards, right? Master, you are truly a divine schemer." Wu Dingyuan's tone was full of admiration. "Indeed, Xin Tianwen gave my father a sealed divine beast soul. I heard that its combat power is equivalent to a transformation supreme Dao divine beast at the 4th to 6th calamity. It possesses tyrannical power." "Oh, sealed beast soul?" Qin Wushuang was greatly astonished. "What else?" "He also lent a transformation supreme Dao weapon to the 100-sword sect," Wu Dingyuan added. "Anything else?" "Just these 2. Xin Tianwen said that with just these 2 pieces, as long as we use them well, it's enough for us to fight for a place. Especially with the sealed beast soul, it's extremely powerful. Qin Wushuang revealed a light smile, for he understood the situation. It seems that Xin Tianwen had indeed received some benefits from the Heavenly Fire southern border. Or else, he would not have been this generous. You've done well. Keep up the good work. Let me know if there's any news. When the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is settled, you will be rewarded. Wu Dingyuan was overjoyed and kept thanking him. Currently, Wu Dingyuan was not resisting the situation of being a puppet. Vividly, he felt this was an opportunity. For this feeling, ever since Qin Wushuang took over as the head chief of the Qin clan, it had become even more intense. For such a young Qin Wushuang, he was already qualified to take over as the head chief of the Qin clan. Then, one could imagine his future achievements. Wu Dingyuan thought boldly that most likely Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen would not be able to stop the rise of his master, Qin Wushuang. If Qin Wushuang ascended to the Heavenly Emperor seat, certainly Wu Dingyuan would receive great benefits. Even if the 100-sword sect could not become one of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, with his experience as a puppet, of course he would be qualified to become Qin Wushuang's trusted aide and receive extra training. When the Heavenly Emperor Mountain pageant opens in the next 500 years, the true opportunity for the 100-sword sect would arrive. Wu Dingyuan knew that with his potential, it would be difficult for him to make a dash for the Supreme Dao stage. However, with the help of his master, Qin Wushuang, it would be twice the result with half the effort to make a dash for the Supreme Dao stage. This was also the reason why Wu Dingyuan was extremely excited. As a martial artist, the Supreme Dao stage would always be the most attractive. Wu Dingyuan's information allowed Qin Wushuang to gain more confidence. Inwardly, he thought, the fortuitous opportunity that Xin Tianwen acquired from the Heavenly Fire southern border must not be as simple as the sealed beast soul. However, for the divine skills of the beast clans, the strongest warrior would not surpass the power of a genuine Supreme Dao 9th Calamity divine weapon. As long as I have the confidence to be on guard and not underestimate the enemy, I will not be afraid of that Xin Tianwen's strange moves. On the contrary, I must be on guard against that beast soul seal. Regardless of the floating snow house or the misty sword sect, I am afraid they do not have an elite warrior that could rival a 4th Calamity transformation Supreme Dao stage warrior. It seems that by that time, Lone and Fire Kailin must be my trump cards and be loaned out. While he was lost in his thoughts, Qin Yunran came to report that Ding Qijian, the suzerain of the misty sword sect, had come to visit him. When Ding Qijian heard that the head chief of the Qin clan had summoned him, naturally he was overwhelmed by the favor. Although he knew that the head chief of the Qin clan was the young Qin Wushuang, this did not affect his excitement. Putting aside Qin Wushuang's reputation, how could a figure that could become the head chief of the Qin clan be an ordinary figure? Just the identity of the head chief of the Qin clan was enough to make Ding Qijian endlessly excited. In Ding Qijian's eyes, Qin Yunran already held a high position. Since Qin Yunran praised this young head chief of the Qin clan, it made Ding Qijian even more excited. He knew that this was an opportunity. With the head chief of the Qin clan receiving him personally, the opportunity was already before him. It would depend on whether he dared to take it or not and fight for it. If he could take it, it would not be a problem for the Misty Sword sect to achieve meteoric success. If he could not, the Qin clan would be banished and the Misty Sword sect would suffer. Although there were both advantages and disadvantages, Ding Qijian chose to accept it without hesitation due to his pursuit of the peak. He knew that even if he did not accept it, many people would accept it. Letting him have the priority was because the Qin clan thought highly of him. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.qijian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 852. Although he was accompanied by Qin Yunran, Ding Qijian still felt tremendous pressure. When they arrived before Qin Wushuang's cave dwelling, even for a Supreme Dao elite warrior like Ding Qijian, he could not help but feel his footsteps were somewhat strained. There were some slight beads of sweat on the tip of his nose that had revealed his nervousness. Qin Yunran knew the pressure Ding Qijian was feeling as he chuckled. Daoist Ding, don't worry, my head chief is extremely friendly, no need to feel pressured. Despite his words, when considering that he was about to meet the most exceptional genius of the Qin clan since ancient times, Ding Qijian was still somewhat worried about personal gains and losses. He worked hard to calm his mind and finally managed to calm down. Qin Wushuang did not initiate his aura deliberately. However, with the crown of the head chief on his head, it was still intimidating. Although Ding Qijian was anxious inwardly, he did not dare to lose his manners as he went up to pay his respects. It's my pleasure to meet you, head chief. Chief Ding, sit. Qin Wushuang did not pull a long face, but greeted him with a smile. Qin Yunran motioned for Ding Qijian to sit. The two of them sat down before the two stone chairs. Chief Ding, the Misty Sword sect has developed well in these years, the situation is gratifying. Qin Wushuang saw the other party's nervousness and took the initiative to open the topic. Yes, although my Misty Sword sect has developed a little, compared to the towering tree known as the Qin clan, we are far inferior. We need to be sheltered under the tree of the Qin clan to have some room for development. Ha, Chief Ding, you are treating me as an outsider. I am sure Yunran has already told you the cause and effect of the matter, I will not repeat it now. I will only ask you one thing, how much determination do you have? Ding Qijian knew that the opportunity was before him. Upon hearing head chief Qin asking directly, an excited light flashed across his eyes. He stuck out his chest and said, if there is such a good opportunity, my Misty Sword sect is willing to fight for it at any price. I am also mentally prepared to deal with all risks. Head chief, I will not speak courteous words, I only have one thing to say, in the future, the Misty Sword sect will listen to your orders. A joyful smile blossomed on Qin Wushuang's face as he nodded with appreciation. Straightforward. Sect head Ding, just based on these words of yours, I will definitely not let your Misty Sword sect suffer a loss. Don't worry, regardless of whether the Qin clan can acquire the Heavenly Emperor seat or not, we will never let your Misty Sword sect fall into a hopeless situation. Qin Yunran smiled and said, Daoist Ding, my head sect master is taking a step back. To speak the truth, I am full of confidence for the Qin clan. The Heavenly Emperor seat will certainly return to the hands of the Qin clan. Haha, that's right. Sect leader Ding, since you and Yunran's second sect leader are good friends, I won't say anything about being an outsider. There are 3 powerhouses competing for the Heavenly Emperor seat. My Qin clan has at least 50% assurance. Additionally, if the Qin clan did not have the slightest assurance, of course we would not let your Misty Sword sect compete for a spot in the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Without the support of a major powerhouse, it would be difficult for the external powerhouses to enter the Heavenly Emperor 8 gate. Ding Qijian said with an apologetic smile, I firmly believe that the Qin clan will regain the position of Heavenly Emperor. Among the hundreds and thousands of sects in the Shenyuan Mound, at least 70 to 80% of the powerhouses count on the Qin clan to regain the position. Back then when the Qin clan wielded the Heavenly Emperor seat, there was a great atmosphere and a flourishing age in the Shenyuan Mound. Now, we all miss it. It's unlike now, where people's hearts have changed. Although some vile characters hate the Qin clan, it's also because they are afraid of the Qin clan's selflessness and their iron-blooded methods. To unite all the sects in the Shenyuan Mound, we must have a powerful leader. The Xin clan has the strength, yet they do not have the courage nor the reputation. The Yun clan also has the strength, yet they are too soft. Their benevolent policies may work internally, but certainly not to the outside. Therefore, it's everyone's wish for the Qin clan to gain the Heavenly Emperor seat. Besides a few trusted aides of the Xin clan and the Yun clan, the majority of the people wish for a just and strict Heavenly Emperor gate. Since he spoke such a good attitude under such circumstances, it moved Qin Wushuang and the others. Clearly, Ding Qijian's words were not empty words. Among all the sects in the Shenyuan Mound, the Qin clan did hold great prestige. It was apparent from the battle between the Xin clan and the Qin clan. Initially, the neutral sects did not want to participate in the battle. Qin Wushuang saw through Ding Qijian's actions and said with a congealed voice, since everyone is so supportive, If the Qin clan does not seize the Heavenly Emperor seat this time, we would be letting everyone down. Ding Qijian knew that now was not the time for him to speak as he shut his mouth. Qin Wushuang said again, when Xin Tianwen returned from the Heavenly Fire southern border, certainly he is also scheming to rope in external powerhouses. According to my reliable information, it's true that Xin Tianwen found the ancient divine temple from the Heavenly Fire southern border. Additionally, this person also acquired some sealed beast souls and can summon divine beasts to fight. Ding Qijian's expression was incredibly grave, for he knew that head chief Qin's words were the main point. Instantly, he pricked up his ears and listened carefully for fear of missing a word. The sealed beast souls possess combat power at the 4th to 6th calamity. They are incredibly powerful. In addition, Xin Tianwen also lent transformation supreme Dao weapons to those external powerhouses. According to my speculation, certainly the 100 Sword Sect and the Vase Mound Mountain will be Xin Tianwen's primary targets. These two powerhouses are their most trusted aides at the external powerhouses. Ding Qijian nodded. Being the external powerhouses second only to the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, they were incredibly familiar with each other. In terms of strength, the 100 Sword Sect and the Vase Mound Mountain were inferior to the Misty Sword Sect in the past. However, when they attached themselves to the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan, naturally they transformed from sparrows into phoenixes. Chief Ding, if your Misty Sword Sect is to participate in the battle, you must be on guard against this move. Although the sealed beast souls can summon divine beasts, what about it? I can lend you a divine beast. It's 100 times better than the sealed beast they summoned. In the end, the sealed beast souls do not have enough intelligence. As for the transformation supreme Dao weapons, humph, Xin Tianwen does not weigh his own assets. Compared to the Qin clan, he is far inferior in terms of supreme Dao weapons. Transformation supreme Dao weapons? How many transformation supreme Dao weapons can he lend? It was not Qin Wushuang looking down on the Xin clan, for he knew the assets of the Qin clan. There would not be more than 10 supreme Dao weapons. Even if the Xin clan had more than the Qin clan, certainly they would not have much more. Therefore, to compete with Qin Wushuang in terms of assets would be asking for humiliation. Not only did Qin Wushuang have 3 9th calamity genuine supreme Dao weapons, he also had an arsenal of 81 weapons. Qin Yunran chuckled. Daoist Ding, my head chief does not speak easily. Once he does, he must have hit the mark. Naturally, Ding Qijian nodded in agreement and gasped with admiration. Daoist Ding, just in case, if your Misty Sword Sect participates in the battle, my Qin clan can lend you a divine beast and a weapon at the peak of the transformation supreme Dao stay. Although it was a loan, this promise still made Ding Qijian incredibly excited. If he had a divine beast and a weapon at the peak of the transformation supreme Dao stage, with the existence of the Misty Sword Sect as an external powerhouse, there would be great hope for them to enter the Heavenly Emperor 8 gate. Qin Yunran said with a laugh, Daoist Ding, are you satisfied with this promise? Satisfied, I am truly satisfied. Ding Qijian immediately expressed his position. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, those promises from a moment ago are for the Misty Sword Sect. If the Misty Sword Sect performs well and can enter the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, I will have additional rewards. A 6th calamity transformation supreme Dao weapon, what do you think, Chief Ding? Ding Qijian's mind tightened and he beamed with joy. It was common for the sects of the Shen Yuan Mound to lend each other supreme Dao weapons. However, it was almost impossible for them to bestow it. A supreme Dao weapon was a top-notch item. Even for the 3 veteran sects, the Qin clan, the Yun clan, and the Xin clan, it was rumored that they would not have more than 10 supreme Dao weapons. Now, the head chief of the Qin clan had given such a huge promise. It was truly an unexpected surprise. This was something he had never thought about. Even Qin Yunran was stunned on the spot. Qin Wushuang had his own reasons. If he wanted these powerhouses to follow the Qin clan wholeheartedly, it would be impossible if he did not give them some benefits. Chief Ding, of course there are some conditions for gifting this 6th calamity transformation supreme Dao weapon. Within 3,000 years, for any matter of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, the Misty Sword Sect must stand on the side of the Qin clan with a clear attitude. When the time is up, This transformation Supreme Tao weapon will have nothing to do with the Qin clan. It will be your protector treasure. It would not be an exaggeration to say it would be a protector treasure. For your information, the current Misty Sword sect only had 2 Supreme Tao weapons. They were the Coagulate Supreme Tao weapons with ordinary aptitude. One was at the 4th calamity and the other was at the 2 calamity. Among the Supreme Tao weapons, the Coagulate Supreme Tao weapons had the worst aptitude. Now, with a 6th calamity transformation Supreme Tao weapon before him, regardless of Ding Qijian's self-control, he could not control himself. In terms of this 6th calamity transformation Supreme Tao weapon, if there were no accidents, with the scale and speed of development of the Misty Sword sect, most likely they would not be qualified to possess it even after 10,000 years. What would a mere 3,000 years promise count for? Wouldn't it be following the Qin clan blindly? Since they had chosen to follow the Qin clan, they were prepared to be driven by the Qin clan. To put it bluntly, for a major sect like the Qin clan, once they sat on the seat of the Heavenly Emperor, countless powerhouses would want to curry favor with them. Now with such opportunity, he would be an idiot to not fight for it. Ding Qijian did not hesitate at all as he said seriously, "Head Chief, not only will the Misty Sword sect last for 3,000 years, we are willing to follow the Qin clan for generations to achieve our goal. I sincerely hope that the Qin clan will rule the Shen Yuan Mound and prosper for generations to come." Great. Qin Wushuang laughed. Chief Ding, then let's see how you perform in the challenge competition. If you have any difficulties, you can discuss it with Chief Yunran at any time. Regardless, the Qin clan will help the Misty Sword sect and the Floating Snow House at all cost. Remember, the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect are reserved for you. You must fight for it. Ding Qijian was overjoyed as his voice almost trembled. Thank you for your great nurturing, Head Chief. He knew that the Floating Snow House was the future father-in-law of the Head Chief. When the Head Chief of the Qin clan placed the Misty Sword sect and the Floating Snow House on the same level, it was an extraordinary favor. It seemed that the Misty Sword sect was going to achieve meteoric success. Ding Qijian worked hard to control his emotions and not allow himself to lose self-control. However, the joy from his heart was written all over his face. P.S. Comrades, monthly votes, we are at the bottom again. It's our turn to be the bottom of the top 6 again. Once, twice, each time we are at the bottom, we cannot afford to be hurt. Monthly votes, do you have any? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.qijian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 853. The pageant of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was held once every 500 years. In the past, they would confirm the Heavenly Emperor Gate first, and then proceed with the selection of other sects. This time, the Shen Yuan clan had taken an ingenious approach and used a completely different format. This pageant was divided into 2 sections. The first section was the challenge of those not from the Heavenly Emperor Gate. The second section was the competition of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. For the first section, all external powerhouses outside the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates could sign up as long as they possessed strength above the second tier. Of course, in fact, it was impossible for the second-tier powerhouses to participate. Everyone knew that the second-tier powerhouses did not have any Supreme Tao elite warriors. In fact, those who were truly qualified to challenge were those first-tier powerhouses. Those first-tier powerhouses outside the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Initially, there were 4 such powerhouses. And now, a few more clans had popped up. For example, the Floating Snow House was initially the peak of the second-tier powerhouses. They possessed strength similar to the All Heavens sect and ranked in the top 20 of the Shen Yuan Mound. Besides a dozen first-tier powerhouses, it would depend on these peak second-tier powerhouses. Currently, the Floating Snow House had their own Supreme Tao elite warrior and a divine beast to oversee them. With their strength rising with the tide, they were clearly the most popular choice for the challenge. Therefore, the first section of the challenge would be more lively than the second section. It was because certainly more sects would participate. As for the second section, the competition of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. For the competition of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, the sect that acquired the seat of the Heavenly Emperor would have a chance to banish another sect. Usually, the sect that acquired the seat would choose to banish their main opponent. Of course, this chance would not be used. It was because you were qualified to banish them. However, you must have the strength and the courage to challenge them. For example, when the Qin clan lost the seat of the Heavenly Emperor, the Xin clan also wanted to banish the Qin clan. However, because of those sects supported by the Xin clan, none of them dared to challenge the Qin clan and did not possess the qualifications to do so. Therefore, the Qin clan still sat firmly on the seat of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates. There was a saying that a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the Qin clan could not defeat the Xin clan, they still had their foundation. Ordinary sects would not dare to wrestle with the Qin clan. In case the Qin clan was enraged and made a killing move on the challenge stage, no one would dare to touch that bad luck. Although the Xin clan was depressed, they were helpless. They could only watch the Qin clan's Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates. Naturally, only the Xian Yuan clan was qualified to organize the pageant at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. For this matter, someone from the Xian Yuan Mound was in charge of it. It was the totem elite warrior of the Xian Yuan Mound, Xian Yuan Ba. Back then, Xian Yuan Ba had led the group to the illusion Heavenly Lake. He was the person in charge of the Xian Yuan Totem clan's affairs. As soon as the announcement of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain pageant was made, almost all the powerhouses across the entire Xian Yuan Mound flared up. The grand event that was held once every 500 years had finally begun. Considering the grudges between the Qin clan and the Xin clan over the past dozen years, this Heavenly Emperor Mountain pageant would be even more interesting. Moreover, there was also the mysterious Yun clan. Once the announcement was made, the registration time was also released. Sure enough, as everyone expected, the strength of participation in this gathering was indeed very great. The number of participating factions was also greater than the previous years. There were actually 6 peripheral powers participating in the challenge. These 6 forces were the Floating Snow House, the Great Celestial Sect, the Misty Sword Sect, the Flowing Sound Valley, the 100 Sword Sect, and the Vase Mound Aristocratic Family. Clearly, behind these 6 powerhouses, there were the shadows of the 3 major powerhouses supporting them. Just as Qin Wushuang had said, without the support of major sects such as the Qin clan, Yun clan, and Xin clan, it was almost impossible to win the competition for the spots at the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates. The powerhouses that were being challenged. It was rather interesting. The Floating Snow House challenged the Heavenly Punishing Villa. The Misty Sword Sect and Flowing Sound Valley challenged the Sound of Thunder Sect. The Great Second Gate had always been at odds with the mysterious Reform Gate. Encountering such opportunity, of course they would challenge the mysterious Reform Gate. For the Great Second Gate, the Qin clan had once tried to rope them in. However, they did not seem to have a firm attitude. Now it seemed that the Great Second Gate did not choose the Qin clan, but the other 2 major powerhouses. Qin Wushuang estimated that the Great Second Gate would not choose the Xin clan. Then, naturally, the supporter behind the Great Second Gate should be the Yun clan. Qin Wushuang had overlooked this point and allowed the Yun clan to beat them to it. As for the 100 Sword Sect and the Vase Mound Venerable House, they challenged the 1000 Feather Sect and the 100 Lane House. The 100 Sword Sect and the Vase Mound Venerable House were supported by the Xin clan from behind the scenes. This time, Xin Tianwen had spent a lot to let them challenge the 1000 Feather Sect and the 100 Lane Venerable House. Clearly, he wanted to settle old scores. The 100 Lane Venerable House and the 1000 Feather Sect were well aware of this, yet they felt helpless. They could not afford to offend the Qin clan, yet in the end they had offended the Xin clan. Naturally, their hatred towards the Xin clan from the bottom of their heart had intensified. Xin Tianwen had planned this well. Once the 100 Sword Sect and the Vase Mound Venerable House won, plus the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder Sect, 4 of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates would have trusted subordinates that would listen to the orders of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Even if the Qin and Xin clan were still there, the Xin clan could still grasp the overall situation and possess a decisive advantage. Only, he also expected that the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder Sect would be challenged. Therefore, Xin Tianwen was not stingy at all. He also took extra care of the heavenly punishing villa and the Sound of Thunder sect. He and Saberbeard each received 3 scrolls of sealed beast souls from the Heavenly Fire southern border. They borrowed 1 scroll from the 100 Sword sect and the Vase Mound Venerable House. The remaining 2 sealed beast souls would be used as the capital for the Heavenly Emperor Gate to prepare for war. This way, the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect would not get any sealed beast souls. Since he could not refuse, Xin Tianwen could only thicken his face and borrow 2 scrolls from Saberbeard. Saberbeard was incredibly generous as he lent all 3 sealed beast souls to Xin Tianwen. Currently, Xin Tianwen was already racking his brains for the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. He did not have the mind to consider anything else. He never doubted anything. With these 3 sealed beast souls from Saberbeard, it could be said that Xin Tianwen was like a tiger that had grown wings. Not only did the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heavenly Punishing Villa have 1 scroll, Xin Tianwen also had 1 extra scroll. He was fully prepared. These sealed beast souls were at the 4th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. Such strength made Xin Tianwen feel that victory was in his hands. When the external powerhouses challenged the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, the result was that 6 powerhouses had signed up. 5 powerhouses were challenged. In other words, besides the traditional 3 giant powerhouses, the Qin clan, Yun clan, and Xin clan, all other Heavenly Emperor Mountain sects were challenged. The Sound of Thunder sect was the most depressed as they were challenged by the Misty Sword sect and the Flowing Sound Valley at the same time. For this spot, certainly the degree of desperation was the highest. The competition for the Heavenly Emperor seat did not have the slightest suspense. The 3 major sects had been entangled for tens and thousands of years. Every 500 years, it would be an intense battle. Until the last moment, it was difficult to determine the victor. For the Qin clan, Yun clan, and Xin clan, naturally these 3 major powerhouses had filled in the registration form immediately and waited for the Shen Yuan clan to review it. This Heavenly Emperor Mountain pageant was incredibly open. Any sect could ask for help from the outside. For example, they could borrow weapons, equipment, or even manpower from other sects. However, in general, it was rare for manpower to be lent. It was because each person could only appear once in the pageant. For example, if an elite warrior of the Xin clan was lent to the Heavenly Punishing Villa, then when it was the Xin clan's turn to go on the stage, the loaned person would not be qualified to represent the Xin clan. 4 powerhouses that crossed the forbidden spiritual zones, in principle, it was strictly forbidden to lend each other people. Equipment and weapons could be loaned, but people could never be loaned. Therefore, loaning people would usually happen between the sects and freelance martial artists. For some sects, if they did not have enough strength, they could borrow powerful freelance martial artists. It would not be a problem as long as they conferred the title of an honorary elder and put on an act. Of course, it was not easy to find powerful freelance martial artists. In this world, almost 1 in 100 million freelance martial artists could become elite warriors of the Supreme Tao. Therefore, each time when such pageant arrived, the probability of divine beasts appearing was the highest. 4 divine beasts, as long as they did not come from foreign powerhouses and sects, each major sect would have the skills to invite them. They would be recognized. For sealed beast souls, there was no need to talk about it. Initially, they did not have any intelligence. To put it bluntly, they were battle puppets and not much different than equipment. After the registration results were tallied, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain pageant had entered the most intense moment. It was the final 3 months of preparation. These 3 months were for each powerhouse to make their final effort and preparation. One day before the competition, there was one more registration opportunity. This registration opportunity was the confirmation of the battle list. Once this battle list was confirmed, it would be impossible to change it. Therefore, these 3 months were the final preparation period for all participating sects. Everyone would display their divine skills. What kind of helpers they could get, what kind of heaven-defying weapons they could borrow, it would all depend on these 3 months of hard work. As the pageant approached, Qin Wushuang became even more calm. The final 3 months were the crucial period for him to welcome the 7th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. Qin Wushuang was not the slightest bit worried about passing the 7th calamity. With the 9th calamity genuine Supreme Tao weapon at his side, such Supreme Tao calamity was almost at the level of a drizzle. Other people were worried about the arrival of the Supreme Tao calamity. He was worried that the calamity would come too slowly. Unfortunately, in the end, time was still tight. If he was given another 20 years, Qin Wushuang was extremely certain to attract the 8th calamity, or even the 9th calamity. As long as he passed the 9th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage, he would directly step into the genuine Supreme Tao stage. He would be qualified to explore the ultimate 7th loop of the 7 deadly arrays formation. Currently, Qin Wushuang was also working hard towards that direction. He knew that the Heavenly Emperor competition was only a competition for honor. It was a battle for the honor of his family. As for himself, the Heavenly Emperor seat was just a fleeting cloud. How could the master of the Heavenly Emperor mountain satisfy Qin Wushuang's enormous appetite? On this day, the Qin clan welcomed 2 uninvited guests. They stood outside the mountain gate carefully. Even Qin Chongyang felt rather surprised by the arrival of these 2. Indeed, they were Luo Baiyu of the 1000 Feather Sect and Bai Liguang of the 100 Lane House. They were the number 1 leaders of these 2 powerhouses. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 854. Qin Chongyang was somewhat surprised by their arrival. However, when he saw these 2, he immediately knew their intentions. Asking for help, without a doubt, they were here to ask for help. Xin Tianwen supported the 100 Sword Sect and the Vase Mound Mountain to challenge the 1000 Feather Sect and the 100 Lane House. The situation was clear that the Xin clan could no longer tolerate them. With Xin Tianwen's methods, since he arranged it this way, certainly he had 80 to 90% confidence. Therefore, the 100 Lane House and the 1000 Feather Sect felt tremendous pressure. Regardless of their past grudges, they came to ask for help from the Qin clan with a thick face. Of course, this suggestion was initiated by the 100 Lane House. After the 100 Lane House was subdued by Qin Wushuang with the divine venomous puppet, they became another hidden chess piece. Now, of course, they instigated the 1000 Feather Sect and the mysterious Reform Gate to ask for help from the Qin clan. However, the mysterious Reform Gate felt that firstly, the Qin clan did not have the power to help them. Secondly, they felt that the Qin clan had no motive to help them. After all, the Great Second Sect was the one challenging the mysterious Reform Gate. Most likely, the Qin clan supported the Great Second Sect. Naturally, the mysterious Reform Gate would not ask for a snub. If the opponent that challenged the mysterious Reform Gate was supported by the Xin clan, of course the mysterious Reform Gate would come to ask for help. Since the mysterious Reform Gate did not come, the 1000 Feather Sect hit it off. These 2 powerhouses once helped the Xin clan to besiege the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Although they did not commit much evil, they did play a role in increasing their momentum. Therefore, when they arrived at the Qin clan, it was not surprising that they encountered disdain. Fortunately, before they came, they were already mentally prepared to receive all disdain and cold eyes. Compared to the problem of survival, the problem of face was nothing. Besides, this time, the 100 Lane House planned to go through the back door of Qin Wushuang. The head chief of the Qin clan was the master of the 100 Lane House. Just based on this point, Bai Liguang knew that Qin Wushuang would not sit and do nothing. Inside the Qin clan, Supreme Tao elite warriors gathered. Inside the upright morality hall, there were 6 Supreme Tao elite warriors. They were Qin Chongyang, Qin Taichong, Ji Huai, Ji Song, Ji Bo, and Ji Tong. When Bai Liguang and Luo Baiyu saw the solemn atmosphere of the Qin clan and the many Supreme Tao elite warriors, they also smacked their lips inwardly. For your information, the 3 strongest elite warriors of the Qin clan were not present. Qin Wushuang, Qin Xiaotian, and Qin Yunran were the top elite warriors of the Qin clan. Among the direct descendants of the Qin clan, there were 9 Supreme Dao elite warriors. Not to mention, Qin Wushuang also had a few divine beasts next to him. Without a doubt, the strength of the Qin clan had suppressed the Yun and Xin clan. Right now, the only question was whether the former first sect master, Qin Xiaotian, had recovered his combat prowess after being injured. According to the outside world speculations, Qin Xiaotian was unable to participate in this heavenly emperor struggle. If Qin Xiaotian could participate in the battle, there would be no suspense for the Qin clan to seize the heavenly emperor seat. Although these supreme Dao warriors of the Qin clan were filled with righteous indignation, after all, they had some bearing. Apart from glaring at him with cold eyes, they did not throw rotten eggs or fruits at him. Qin Chongyang said lightly, 2 sect masters, a while ago, you and I met on the battlefield. Today, you have come to pay a friendly visit. I wonder what honorable business you have. We would not dare to accept such honorable business. Bai Liguang said with an apologetic smile, to tell you the truth, Bai Yu and I are here to apologize. We would not dare to apologize. Qin Chongyang's tone was incredibly cold. At this moment, Bai Liguang could only pretend to be a grandson as he nodded and bowed. In the past, it was indeed our fault. We have committed grave sins. However, I swear to the heavens that it was never our original intention to send a punitive expedition to the Qin clan. Since ancient times, we have admired the noble character and unquestionable integrity of the Qin clan greatly. However, before the tyrannical power of the Xin clan, we had no choice but to follow the bandits. Now that the Xin clan has abandoned you and found people to replace you, you plan to ask for help from the Qin clan, right? Bai Liguang and Luo Baiyu revealed an embarrassed expression as they smiled apologetically. Yes, yes. Currently, the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is chaotic. The Qin clan must be the one to turn the tide. Although our powerhouses are lowly, we know what the people want. We are willing to hold the whip and fall into the stirrup for the Qin clan, to charge and break through enemy lines. In the future, we will listen to the orders of the Qin clan and never betray them. Qin Chongyang was not interested in this declaration. Additionally, Qin Chongyang would not be able to make the decision for such a level of decision. After a moment of silence, Qin Chongyang said, the major decision of the Qin clan must be made by the head chief. Although you have this intention, you must see whether my head chief agrees or not. When Bai Liguang heard about the head chief, he was beaming with joy. Yes, we are going to pay a visit to the head chief, the future heavenly emperor. Fellow Daoist Chongyang, please introduce us. Follow me. Qin Chongyang took these 2 to arrive before the mountain cave where Qin Wushuang was in solitary training. Before the mountain cave, tens and thousands of multicolored lights appeared. Multicolored clouds kept changing into different shapes and appeared to be a magnificent scene. This was the rainbow after the supreme Dao calamity. Unexpectedly, it was this spectacular. Qin Chongyang was overjoyed as he was moved inwardly. The head chief has broken through again. Indeed, a straightforward laughter emerged from the mountain cave. Chief Chongyang, you have brought a rare guest today. Bai Liguang and Luo Baiyu immediately congratulated him. Congratulations on your breakthrough, head chief Qin. We are fortunate enough to witness such a scene. Qin Wushuang laughed. Bai Liguang, don't talk nonsense. I knew you would come, only I didn't expect that Luo Baiyu would also come. Yes, the mysterious reform gate would not dare to come, right? Bai Liguang chuckled. The mysterious reform gate thought that the great second gate was secretly supported by the Qin clan. They would not dare to come and ask for a snub. Qin Wushuang said leisurely, the great second gate is not supported by the Qin clan. If I've guessed correctly, the Yun clan should be supporting them. However, this can be considered a promise between us. It's good that the mysterious reform gate is not coming. Even if they come, at most I will remain neutral. You guys are different. Upon hearing the words you guys are different, Bai Liguang and Luo Baiyu became spirited. For some reason, Qin Wushuang's monstrous performance had given them endless confidence. It made them feel that as long as Qin Wushuang agreed, all disasters would be solved. Initially, the 100 Sword Sect and the Vase Mound Mountain were certainly inferior to the 100 Lane House and the 1000 Feather Sect. After all, These two houses were sects of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and each had two Supreme Tao elite warriors. The only thing they feared was the secret support from the Heavenly Emperor Gate. If the Heavenly Emperor Gate did not hesitate to gift them powerful weapons and equipment, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious in this battle. Qin Wushuang laughed. Chongyang, return to the upright morality hall first. I will take care of these two. Qin Chongyang did not dare to disobey. He bowed to Qin Wushuang and turned to return to the upright morality hall. As soon as Qin Chongyang left, Qin Wushuang's expression immediately sank. You too, with your previous performance, certainly the Qin clan will not help you. It's already rare for us to not hit you when you are down. Yet now, the Xin clan is suppressing you. What the Xin clan supports is what the Qin clan opposes. Therefore, the situation is helping you, and not the Qin clan wanting to help you. Yes, yes. Luo Baiyu's forehead was full of sweat as he felt lucky inwardly. Bai Liguang was more quick-witted as he said with an apologetic smile, Head Chief, in the past we have committed grave sins. Me and Brother Baiyu want to use this opportunity to surrender to the Qin clan. In the future, we will follow the Qin clan's lead and allow you to order us around. We will never regret. Yes, yes. What Brother Guang said is the intention of the Thousand Feather sect. Qin Wushuang revealed an indifferent smile. It's not difficult for you to surrender. Bai Liguang, it's difficult for you not to surrender to me. Now, Luo Baiyu, to show your sincerity, you must follow my rules. Bai Liguang, tell him about your situation. Initially, Bai Liguang thought that Qin Wushuang would not mention the matter of puppets. However, upon hearing Qin Wushuang's imposing tone, he did not dare to neglect and spoke about his situation in full detail. Luo Baiyu was tongue-tied and could not speak a word. Qin Wushuang did not care about Luo Baiyu's stupefied expression as he said with an indifferent tone, the Misty Sword sect surrendered to the Qin clan and swore loyalty for 3,000 years. I saw their sincerity and did not perform the puppet technique. Since you have planted the evil seeds, of course you must bear some of the consequences. I don't want you to swear loyalty for 3,000 years. In the next 1,000 years, you must be my puppets. After 1,000 years, regardless of the situation, your freedom will be restored. Luo Baiyu was in a state of panic. This, Qin Wushuang said impatiently, Luo Baiyu, don't stutter. Today, even if you don't agree, I can use force to perform the puppet technique on you. Let me tell you ahead of time, that is a polite method. In other words, since you have come to the aspiring throne mountain, you have no choice. As a puppet, outsiders will not know that you are still the leader of the Thousand Feather sect. Besides this disadvantage, there is nothing else. As for the benefits, have you thought about it? Yes, Brother Baiyu, Master is a rare genius and the inheritor of the immemorial formation. Could it be you do not want to follow Master to reap some benefits? Bai Liguang also urged him. Luo Baiyu was greatly moved as he could not refrain from asking, what benefits? Firstly, I can help you solve the current crisis of your two sects. You can continue to sit firmly on the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Secondly, if you follow me, I will gain some benefits in the future. Depending on your loyalty, of course there will be various benefits. Remember, I want a firm fortress. I want to turn the Heavenly Emperor Mountain into the territory of the Qin clan completely. It will be difficult for the external powerhouses to enter. Using the Misty Sword sect as an example, if they can replace the Sound of Thunder sect, I will reward them with a 6th Calamity Transformation Supreme Tao weapon. 6th Calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. Instantly, Luo Baiyu and Bai Liguang were stunned. As one of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, it was not like they had never seen Supreme Tao weapons. They even had Transformation Supreme Tao weapons. However, they were only at the 2nd or 3rd calamity. They were not even qualified to touch the 6th calamity. When you become my puppets, if you can keep your spot as one of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, the reward will be the same. To Qin Wushuang, a 6th Calamity Transformation Supreme Tao weapon was simply a Supreme Tao weapon with a lower than average quality. Naturally, he would not feel the slightest heartache when buying people's hearts. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Baiyu knelt to the ground. Luo Baiyu greets Master, I am willing to follow the orders of the head chief, I will not regret it even if I die 9 times. Since you are my puppets, you don't need to worry about anything else. I already know Shin Tianwen's trump card. By that time, I have my ways to let you defeat the 100 Sword Sect and the Vase Mound Mountain easily. For Shin Tianwen's wishful thinking, I will let him know how childish and ridiculous it is. Qin Wushuang's matchless confidence moved Luo Baiyu and Bai Liguang greatly. They were endlessly shocked. Now, this young man was like a god descending to the mortal world. They did not dare to look at him directly, but could only look up to him. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 855. He had subdued the 1,000 Feather Sect and the 100 Lane House. The little circle of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain with the Qin clan as the core had been completely formed. Of course, the Qin clan was the core. Of course, the Floating Snow House, the Misty Sword Sect, the 1,000 Feather Sect, and the 100 Lane House were the guardians. These 4 subordinate powerhouses would also be the loyal supporters of the Qin clan at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain in the future. After passing the 7th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage, Qin Wushuang also knew that in the future, the 8th calamity would not come. Therefore, he did not need to enter solitary training. It was time to make the final preparations for the battle. For himself, he was already armed to the teeth. Right now, what he was training the most were the 9 golems. The 9 golem puppets had also mastered the 9 palaces return to one sword formation. Only, Qin Wushuang wanted to take it one step further. Currently, he was equipping these 9 golem puppets with Supreme Tao weapons at the peak of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. Now, with the battle at hand, he wanted to upgrade them and equip them with genuine Supreme Tao weapons. For your information, initially in that arsenal, there were 81 Supreme Tao weapons. Half of them were at the genuine Supreme Tao stage and the other half were at the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. Previously, he did not use the genuine Supreme Tao weapons because the strength of the 9 golem puppets had not reached the stage of perfection. Now, since these golem puppets had mastered the 9 palace return one sword formation, it would not be a problem to upgrade them to 3rd calamity genuine Supreme Tao weapons. Clearly, it was not reasonable to not use the good things and hide them at the crucial moment. Therefore, Qin Wushuang decided to disregard the views of the secular world and equip them with 3rd calamity genuine Supreme Tao weapons. He knew that once he performed such extravagant work, it would certainly scare people to death. For existences at the level of the Qin clan, Yun clan, and Shin clan, at most they would have 1 or 2 genuine Supreme Tao weapons. For Qin Wushuang, even the puppets were equipped with 3rd calamity genuine Supreme Tao weapons. It would be strange if they were not scared to death. Most likely, even the Totem clan would be envious of such extravagance. Now that Qin Wushuang's confidence had increased, naturally he would not only set his sights on the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The Heavenly Mountain was only the first step of his rise. A month before the pageant, the competition rules were announced. There was only one theme for the challenge tournament, and that was a martial arts competition. In the world of martial artists, only martial arts competition was the eternal truth. 3 rounds to determine the winner. The 100 Sword Sect versus the 1,000 Feather Sect, the Vase Mound Mountain versus the Bailey clan, the Great Celestial Sect versus the Mysterious Reform Sect, and the Floating Snow House versus the Heavenly Punishing Villa. These 4 pairs were all opponents in pairs. They only needed to fight 3 rounds to determine the number of people who would participate in the competition. As for the Sound of Thunder Sect spot, because there were 2 challengers, there were a total of 3 forces vying for it. Therefore, it would take some effort. However, it was clear that the Shenyuan clan had prepared for this. Apart from the Sound of Thunder Sect, Misty Sword Sect, and Flowing Sound Valley, the Shenyuan clan would send out 3 experts of similar strength to be their imaginary opponents, making up 4 spots. The 2 of them drew lots and fought each other. 4 to 2, 2 to 1. The final winner would obtain a slot. The result would be the same, but they might have to fight one more round. For example, if the Sound of Thunder sect fought against the Misty Sword sect, the Flowing Sound Valley would pick the imaginary opponent sent out by the Shen Yuan clan. If the Flowing Sound Valley won the battle against the Shen Yuan clan, then the Flowing Sound Valley would have to fight another round with the winner of the other two powerhouses. The winner would obtain a slot. On the contrary, if the Flowing Sound Valley lost, then the winner of the other two sects would not need to fight against the three people sent out by the Shen Yuan clan. They could directly obtain that slot. Clearly, this setting was more reasonable. It was because in this situation, only one of the three powerhouses would be the winner and the other two would be the losers. The winner would win directly. Of course, they would not need to fight against the elite warriors sent out by the Shen Yuan clan. There were precedents for this setting in the past. Everyone did not find it strange. It was because most of the time, the competition for the Heavenly Emperor seat was a competition between three powerhouses. Such situations often occurred. Everyone was not worried about the problem of unfairness. Before such major issues, the Shen Yuan clan would not cheat. The competition for the Heavenly Emperor Gate was also decided in 3 rounds. In terms of the format, it was the same as the Sound of Thunder sect, Flowing Sound Valley, and Misty Sword sect. The Shen Yuan clan would also send out 3 people of equal strength to participate. The relationship between victory and defeat was the same. To the Qin clan, it would be an opportunity to decide the winner in 3 rounds. However, it was also a challenge. It was because next to Xin Tianwen, there was a divine beast that was not inferior to him in terms of strength. Inside the upright morality hall, all the supreme Dao elite warriors of the Qin clan were present. Head Chief, if it's decided in 3 rounds, the situation does not seem to be advantageous to the Qin clan. Qin Chongyang's tone sounded deeply worried. If it were decided in 5 or 7 rounds, the Qin clan could be said to win against the Xin clan for sure. It was because the Xin clan did not have that many supreme Dao elite warriors. However, there were only 3 rounds for the competition at the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Qin Yunran and the other supreme Dao elite warriors also revealed a grave expression. They looked at Qin Wushuang for clearly, they wanted to see what strategy Qin Wushuang had. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Everyone, who do you think the Xin clan will send out for the 3 rounds? Qin Yunran said, "There is no suspense for this. Xin Tianwen, Saberbeard, and Xin Tianchen. Currently, the Xin clan does not have any other supreme Dao elite warriors. Although the sealed beast soul has good combat power, as an individual, certainly their strength will be reduced. At most, a sealed beast soul at the 4th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage can only compete with a 2nd or 3rd calamity Transformation Supreme Dao warrior. When encountering an elite warrior at the same level, they will lose for sure. They might as well send Xin Tianchen. After all, Xin Tianchen is at the 3rd calamity of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. Xin Tianchen and Qin Yunran shared similar strength. If they were to fight head-on, most likely both sides would suffer. Even if Qin Yunran could defeat Xin Tianchen, the Qin clan would only have 1 round. As for Xin Tianwen and Saberbeard, they would be extremely difficult to deal with. Qin Wushuang asked seriously, "Chief Yunran, let me ask you the truth. When you fight with Xin Tianchen, if he summons the sealed beast soul, how much assurance do you have? If he summoned the sealed beast soul, plus Xin Tianchen, it would be 2 against 1 against Qin Yunran." Qin Yunran had to be extremely cautious on this issue. After some thinking, he gave a long sigh. "Unless I also have a sealed beast soul with similar strength, or else, my chances of winning would not be high." Qin Wushuang knew the rules of the battlefield. The sealed divine beasts would have an advantage. They could fight as an individual or as an auxiliary combat beast. For the other divine beasts, they could only fight as individuals. In terms of divine beasts, Qin Wushuang had many. However, they could only fight as individuals. Those 12 sealed spiritual beast scrolls would not be useful in a battle at this level. Unfortunately, the first 6 loops of the 7 deadly arrays formation did not have the sealed divine beast scrolls. Or else, he would have more assurance to deal with today's situation. Upon seeing Qin Wushuang fall into silence, everyone revealed a somewhat grave expression. Qin Chongyang repeatedly deduced inwardly, yet he still could not see any chance of winning. For this Heavenly Emperor competition, the 3 contestants were divided into different levels. They were divided strictly according to their strength. It would not work if you wanted to use the mismatch method. According to Qin Chongyang's estimation, since Grand Elder Xiaotian could not fight, the first level would be Head Chief Wu Shuang. The second level would be Qin Yunran. The third level would be Qin Chongyang or the Divine Beast partners of the Head Chief. However, with such arrangement, perhaps they would not even win one round when fighting against Shin Tianwen, Saberbeard, and Shin Tianchen. This was not pessimistic, but a reality. Qin Wushuang seemed to know everyone's worries. Just when he was about to say something, suddenly a light laughter came from outside the hall. Everyone, for such a grand occasion as the Heavenly Emperor competition, after much thinking, it seems that I should not hide and ignore it. When everyone heard these words, their eyes instantly lit up. Qin Wushuang was also overjoyed as he stood up with roaring laughter. Grand Elder Xiaotian, it's great that you are able to come out. Everything is ready for me now, and I only need you, the East Wind. Oh! Qin Xiaotian walked over in large strides and revealed a face like spring breeze. Since the head chief summoned me, how could I not come? Ha ha, if you want me to defeat Shin Tianwen now, I cannot do it. However, if you want me to hang around on the stage, this is not a problem. Ha ha, head chief, you would not mind if I ask you to come out and fight a battle where you forfeit, right? Qin Wushuang asked with a face full of smiles. I am a disciple of the Qin clan. Although I am the Grand Elder, I am duty-bound to fight for the Qin clan. How could I mind? As long as the Qin clan wins, what harm would it do to give up my broken body? Qin Xiaotian spoke with a righteous tone. All right, with your words, Wushuang must win back the Heavenly Emperor seat for the Qin clan. Qin Wushuang was full of heroic spirit. Qin Xiaotian was incredibly calm. Wait, head chief, I still have a doubt. For this great battle, for my round, you are asking me to go through the motions. In fact, with my body condition, it's impossible for me to win even if I force myself to fight. Even if you can guarantee to win one round, for the remaining round, Yunran does not seem to have the assurance to win. Could it be you want your divine beast friends to step out? Their strength should not be stronger than Yunran, right? For them, perhaps at the crucial moment, they must contribute. However, it's not necessary for them to do so. If Grand Elder steps out, Chief Yunran will not need to step out. You can lend them to the Floating Snow House or the Misty Sword Sect. Oh! Then who will step out? Qin Xiaotian was slightly surprised. Qin Wushuang looked at Qin Yunran with a smile. Chief Yunran, do you remember that when I came out of the Ordeal Island at the Illusion Heavenly Lake, a divine beast took me out? I remember. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Qin Yunran realized the light. You are talking about that 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast? That's right, it's him. Initially, he was already at the 6th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. After a dozen or 20 years, he is now at the peak of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. Say, when someone at the peak of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage steps out to deal with Shin Tianchen, what are his chances of winning? As soon as he spoke these words, even someone as cautious as Qin Chongyang was endlessly surprised. Peak of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. When facing Shin Tianchen, even if he had summoned divine beasts at the Transformation Supreme Tao stage, there would not be any suspense. For this round, they would win for sure. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 856. When that 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast broke the seal, he owed Qin Wushuang a favor. He once gave Qin Wushuang a long whisker and gave Qin Wushuang a promise. As long as it was not to fight against the Totem clan, he would come to help unconditionally. At that time, 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast asked Qin Wushuang not to find him for 10 years. Now, Qin Wushuang calculated that a dozen or 20 years had passed. After refining that long whisker, he immediately reached Thousand Feeler Cloud Chasing Beast. Thousand Feeler Cloud Chasing Beast was incredibly excited. He communicated with Qin Wushuang through spiritual perception and appeared to be incredibly intimate. Upon hearing Qin Wushuang explain the whole sequence of events, he was incredibly excited. He kept crying out, "Young Wushuang, you are good. After not seeing you for a dozen years, you are already sitting on the head chief of the Qin clan. I must support you. Wait here, I will be there now. Ha ha, in these dozen years, although I did not break into the genuine Supreme Tao stage, it will be soon. Initially when Golden Cicada sealed me, he also left me some benefits that allowed me to break through this fast. Young Wushuang, is the power of the 9th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage enough? If not, I will not go and make a fool of myself. Senior Chasing Cloud, you are only dealing with a guy at the 3rd or 4th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. If he did not have the sealed beast soul, I would not even need to ask for your help." When Thousand Feeler Cloud Chasing Beast heard these words, he laughed. "Then it's too easy, I can take care of it with one sneeze. What sealed beast soul? That is a waste of the divine beasts of the beast clans. That thing looks good but is useless. It is also the method the human elite warriors use to detain and enslave the beast clans. To truly drive the elite warriors of the beast clans, the seal will definitely be the least efficient method. Only a contractual partnership is the most reliable and the most powerful. Ha ha, since you are this confident, I am reassured. Then I will wait for your arrival at the aspiring Throne Mountain." After Qin Wushuang took care of Thousand Feeler Cloud Chasing Beast, he had confidence. Because he had contacted Thousand Feeler Cloud Chasing Beast, Qin Wushuang had gained his confidence. Qin Xiaotian nodded. The Thousand Feeler Cloud Chasing Beast is a divine beast that has been famous for a long time in the illusion Heavenly Lake. Back then, it was a genius of the same level as the Golden Cicada. Unfortunately, being sealed for so many years had more or less affected its cultivation. If there were no accidents, it should be at least at the 2nd or 3rd calamity of the true Supreme Tao stage, or even higher. What we want is precisely the 8-9 tribulations of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. If it's any higher, it will be ranked as the 1st or 2nd grade. I would be worried if I let him deal with Xin Tianwen and Saberbeard, Qin Wushuang said with a smile. Qin Xiaotian smiled and said, "Head Chief, the Thousand Feeler Cloud Chasing Beast wins 1 round and I lose 1 round here. In that case, the 3rd round will depend on your performance. Elder, do you want to ask me how confident I am?" Qin Xiaotian nodded with a smile. "The rise and fall of the Qin clan will all depend on this battle. I am truly not calm enough. Grand Elder, wait and see. Watch how I defeat Xin Tianwen and make him lose his life on the Shen Yuan stage. Not only would the Xin clan lose, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. With the death of Xin Tianwen, Xin Tianchen will not be able to hold the fort alone. By that time, I will take care of the Thousand Feeler Cloud Chasing Beast and let it give the enemy a vicious strike when it is caught off guard. Even if it does not kill that Xin Tianchen, it will injure him severely. This way, the Xin clan will have no one. After we sit on the Heavenly Emperor seat, we can banish them and find another powerhouse to replace them." Upon hearing Qin Wushuang's arrangement, everyone felt apprehensive inwardly. Especially when he talked about killing Xin Tianwen and destroying the Xin clan, it made their blood boil. After being attacked by the Xin clan for such a long time, it would be satisfying if it could end with this result. Only, since the head chief was so confident, could it be that even Xin Tianwen was not under his command? Although Qin Wushuang had always excelled at creating miracles, the prestige Xin Tianwen had established for 1,000 years still made them feel that Xin Tianwen was a tough bone to chew. They were not as optimistic as Qin Wushuang. Naturally, Qin Wushuang knew the doubts in their minds, but he did not expose them. After all of his trump cards were too appalling. With too many people, even within the Qin clan, he must be extra vigilant. Slowly, he slid his gaze across everyone's eyes. Qin Wushuang said with a solemn tone, "Everyone, perhaps you still have many doubts. Ever since I stepped onto the path of martial arts, I have had failures and setbacks. However, I never lacked confidence. Since I dared to speak, I must have my trump cards. With the vastness of the world, even totem elite warriors are not undefeatable, not to mention a mere Xin Tianwen. On the path of an elite warrior, there will always be a higher mountain. Surely you will see that day, you will see the Qin clan standing at the peak of the Tian Shen land. You will see me, Qin Wushuang, standing at the peak of the Tian Shen land. Everyone will look up to me. This was not boasting. Now, everyone knew that Qin Wushuang had inherited the immemorial ancient formation. It was rumored that the person who inherited the formation could stand at the peak of the Tian Shen land. Fiery lights emerged from Qin Yunran's eyes. Yes, don't forget, the head chief is a rare genius, the inheritor of the ancient formation. For such figure, he is destined to become an immortal existence. Truly, a mere Xin Tianwen is nothing. Since ancient times, in the end, even totem elite warriors could not restrain them, not to mention Xin Tianwen. Qin Xiaotian revealed a slight smile. As he was old, he was not as easily agitated as Qin Yunran. He only nodded lightly and gave a long sigh. If the Qin clan can seize the Heavenly Emperor seat, the key person must be head chief Wushuang. Everyone, don't have any doubts, just give it your all. Regardless of winning or losing, the Qin clan already has the momentum. If we fail this time, in 500 years, the Heavenly Emperor seat will definitely belong to the Qin clan. Yes, the rise of the Qin clan cannot be stopped. Rise of the Qin clan. Everyone's blood boiled and their gaze gradually became determined. They all looked at Qin Wushuang. All gazes gathered on Qin Wushuang. These gazes were strangely consistent. They were filled with love, expectation, and admiration. They had entrusted their endless hope to him. Qin Wushuang felt his entire body become hot and dry. This was a form of supreme honor. In this instant, countless scenes flashed across Qin Wushuang's mind. Inside the heavenly royal mansion, his father's earnest and expectant eyes, the burning gaze that hoped for his son to become a dragon, before the Stargaze Palace, among the ruins, all his colleagues had high hopes for him. Inside the sacrificial valley, under the green tombs, countless pioneers of the Qin clan were buried as they looked at the upright morality hall from afar. Across the world, the thousands and thousands of branches of the Qin clan raised their heads to look forward to the rise of the Qin clan. The sense of mission, the unprecedented sense of mission allowed Qin Wushuang to find the sense of mission that he had fought for in his former world and would not regret even if he were to die 9 times. Everyone, for victory or defeat, just watch me. Qin Wushuang did not speak any more nonsense as he announced, Chief Yunran, Chongyang, perhaps you will need to be loaned out or participate in the battle. You must be mentally prepared. Head Chief, I secretly think that Yunran and Chongyang should not be loaned out, suddenly Qin Xiaotian said. Oh, what brilliant idea does Grand Elder have? Qin Wushuang asked curiously. You see, the list of participants is kept secret before the battle. After the Shen Yuan clan passes the examination, they will not announce it. If they are loaned out, certainly they will think that Yunran will participate in the Heavenly Emperor competition. If Yunran is loaned out, wouldn't it be telling the Shin and Yun clan that Yunran will not participate in the Heavenly Emperor competition? In this case, perhaps our trump cards will be exposed ahead of time and give our opponents the chance to prepare. His words had awakened the dreamer. For this problem, Qin Wushuang did not consider it. Qin Wushuang said in a low voice, Grand Elder's words make sense. Initially, I planned to help the Floating Snow House and the Misty Sword sect. Now it seems that I can only send my divine beast partner. For the Floating Snow House, they have 2 divine beasts. Plus Lord Mu Rong, it will not be a problem for them to win 2 out of 3 battles. Currently, the Heavenly Punishing Villa only has Yang Beifei as their elite warrior. I have killed a large number of their inferior elite warriors. I estimate that it will be difficult for them to gather 3 spots. At most, they can only summon their sealed beast souls to fight as individuals. The Sound of Thunder sect is in a similar situation. Qin Yunran laughed. The Sound of Thunder sect only has Lei Ming as a general without an army. I think they will not be able to handle it. The Misty Sword sect must be on guard against the Flowing Sound Valley. They are loyal to the Yun clan. Qin Wushuang laughed. This time, Xin Tianwen has made a good plan. I will make him lose in one move and everything. Everyone, it's not long before the start of the pageant. I plan to make a trip to the floating snow house. In the last 3 days, the floating snow house and the misty sword sect will gather here. The 100 Lane clan and the 1,000 Feather sect have also surrendered to the Qin clan. However, they will not expose themselves. I will arrange it and give them benefits in secret. He had to get his hands on these 4 spots. If one of them fails, when the Qin clan sits on the Heavenly Emperor seat, we will have another demotion spot. We can take it again. In the end, Qin Wushuang was full of confidence to seize the Heavenly Emperor seat. He was determined to get it. This time, Qin Wushuang visited the floating snow house. Firstly, it was to visit Murong Shu. Secondly, it was to supervise the battle of the floating snow house. The floating snow house challenging the heavenly punishing villa could be said to be the most important battle on the outside. At least to the Qin clan, the floating snow house was their most solid ally. For the floating snow house, it would not be a sure win. Although they had 3 great supreme Dao warriors, they all shared one characteristic. The foundation of the supreme Dao elite warriors was not enough. This included Murong Chenji, Ari Simo, and Nannan, the 2 immemorial dragon bloodlines. The only shortcoming was that they had not broken into the supreme Dao stage for a long time. When they arrived at the floating snow house, Murong Chenji brought Murong Shu to welcome them. They did not see those 2 divine beasts. When Murong Shu saw that Qin Wushuang was somewhat confused, he explained with a smile, Mo and Nannan went to the Black Dead Sea to search for the ruins of the immemorial dragon. They went to break into the Coiling Dragon Palace Hall. Murong Chenji also said, since that Coiling Dragon Palace Hall is the territory of the immemorial dragon, surely they would have left some things for his descendants. These 2 sisters went there to find some fortuitous opportunities. Qin Wushuang fully understood. Before a great enemy, if these 2 divine beasts could achieve a breakthrough, their combat power would be much more impressive. Chief Murong, this time, how do you plan to divide your power? Do you need any help? With the current relationship between the Qin clan and the floating snow house, they were die-hard friends. Plus with the father-son-in-law relationship, there was no need for him to hide. Instead, he asked directly. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 857. Murong Chenji said, being the suzerain, regardless of emotion or reason, I should be in the 1st tier. I plan to put Mo and Nannan in the 2nd and 3rd tier. To the heavenly punishing villa, Yang Beifei is certainly in the 1st tier. Since Yang Guinan is dead, certainly the sealed beast soul will take the place of the 2nd and 3rd tier. Yes, suzerain Murong has only entered the supreme Dao stage for a short time. It will be difficult for you to face that Yang Beifei. If you can win the first 2 rounds, you will win the 3rd round without having to fight. Therefore, I plan to send Bao Bao or Lone to help you fight the 2nd tier. Regardless of Mo or Nannan, it will not be a problem to defeat the 3rd tier of the heavenly punishing villa. Murong Shu's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. Brother Wushuang, it would be best if father does not need to fight. We will make the heavenly punishing villa lose without reason. How are Bao Bao and Lone now? Bao Bao had the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey and possessed extraordinary strength. In these few years, he had also advanced by leaps and bounds. He already possessed the power of the 2nd calamity of the transformation supreme Dao stage. Lone and Fire Kailin were at the 1st calamity of the transformation supreme Dao stage. They were slightly inferior. Wushuang, didn't you say that sealed beast soul has the power of the 4th to 6th calamity of the transformation supreme Dao stage? As the 2nd tier, can Bao Bao and Lone win against the sealed beast soul? Murong Chenji was not without worries. Before his father-in-law, Qin Wushuang did not keep them in suspense as he laughed. The combat power of a sealed beast soul at the fourth calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage is at most equal to the second or third calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. Bao Bao also has the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey. Certainly his explosive power and combat power are much stronger than ordinary divine beasts at the same level. Plus with the weapons I equipped him with, if he cannot even defeat one sealed beast soul, then my nurturing would have been in vain. Murong Shu was rather confident in Bao Bao as she comforted her father. Father, Bao Bao's combat power is astonishing. With the help of brother Wushuang, even if a stronger opponent is Bao Bao's Yin-Yang One Rod, he can defeat it. Qin Wushuang laughed. In the beginning, when Bao Bao held the Yin-Yang One Rod, he could unleash less than 20% of its power and beat Xin Tianwu into an embarrassing state. Now, after being in solitary training for a few years, it can unleash at least 50% of the power of the yin-yang stretching rod. I am afraid it can defeat Xin Tianwu easily. This was not an exaggeration. At that time, Bao Bao was only at the 8th calamity of the Coagulate Supreme Tao stage, yet he was able to catch Xin Tianwu, an elite warrior at the 5th or 6th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage off guard. Now, his cultivation was already at the 2nd tribulation of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. Coupled with his 6th tribulation of the true Supreme Tao stage Heaven and Earth One Rod, he could unleash 50% of his power. It was really not difficult to defeat someone at the 6th tribulation of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. As for Nan and Ari Simo, of course, he would send Ari Simo, the elder sister, to fight. Ari Simo had broken into the divine Tao for many years. The cultivation speed of the dragon race was originally very fast. Ari Simo also had the bloodline of the immemorial Azure dragon. Her talent was on par with the ancestral dragon race. In fact, her talent was even higher than many totem ancestral dragons. Therefore, Ari Simo was actually close to the Transformation Supreme Tao stage in these 10+ years. In addition to Qin Wushuang's pointers and cheats, no matter what kind of third-tier combination the Heavenly Punishing Villa sent out, winning this round would not be difficult. If Bao Bao could win the second round, they would win 2 out of 3 rounds. Naturally, there would be no need to fight the third round. Naturally, Qin Wushuang arranged it this way to take care of his father-in-law's face. Although Lord Mu Rong was the leader of a sect and it was natural for him to be ranked first, in the end, he had just broken into the Supreme Tao stage. It would be 100% difficult for him to win against Yang Beifei. Unless he was given a divine weapon at the 9th calamity of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. However, Qin Wushuang would not be that impulsive. If he were to give Lord Mu Rong a weapon at the 9th calamity genuine Supreme Tao stage, it would be difficult for him to unleash much power in a short time. It would also be easy for people to think about him. Good steel should be used on the blade. Since Lord Mu Rong was not needed to fight, why should he waste the 9th calamity divine weapon here? That was Qin Wushuang's trump card to deal with Xin Tianwen. In such competition, any equipment, weapon, or person could only be used once. Of course, it was an exception if they needed to fight a second time. For the same equipment and weapon, if they needed to fight a second round, the same person could still continue. For example, if Qin Wushuang met Xin Tianwen first, and then head chief Yun Qinghan, the same weapon and equipment would not be counted as a repeat. Naturally, such arrangement was appropriate. It was equivalent to the floating snow house entering the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. With Qin Wushuang's care, Murong Shu's position and reputation at the floating snow house had increased tremendously. It had reached an exaggerated level. Her act of running away from her marriage, which was regarded as a disgraceful act, had become a legendary act in people's mouths. Think about it, if Shu Er and Luo Ting of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had gotten married, the floating snow house would suffer together with the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Yes, initially we did not understand eldest Miss's actions and thought she was crazy. Now it seems we are the crazy ones. Ha ha, we cannot say we are crazy. Indeed, we outsiders could not imagine such situation. Who knew that eldest Miss would meet such an exceptional person like head chief Wu Shuang? Eldest Miss has a good eye. Yes, I must admire her. This time, it's all thanks to eldest miss that our floating snow house has the opportunity to make a dash for the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Those first-rate powerhouses with more experience than the floating snow house do not have as much support as us. Initially, we were only a second-rate powerhouse. At the Xian Yuan Mound, we were only in the top 20. Now, we are marching towards the top 8 with the highest honor. Among the disciples of the floating snow house, such public opinion had been spreading like wildfire. Even those deputy patriarchs of the Mu Rong clan, Mu Rong Chenji's clan brothers, had been strongly against it. Now, they had accepted it wholeheartedly. As he walked with Murong Shu on the back mountain of the floating snow house, his mood was completely different than last time. Last time, when Qin Wushuang and Murong Shu were at the back mountain, their family had opposed it the most severely. When Yang Zhuiyang and the others from the heavenly punishing villa had proposed, they were in a gloomy mood. Now, under the same sky, the same back mountain, and the same scene of snow swirling in the air, these two felt as if the entire world had opened up for them. They were incomparably happy. Brother Wushuang, when do you think we can live peacefully like now? I am looking forward to it. Murong Shu's voice sounded somewhat infatuated and her eyes were as tender as water. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang felt a pain in his heart. Since he had met and fallen in love with Murong Shu, a dozen years had passed. Yet, these two were still drifting like duckweed and could not settle down. No matter what the reason was, it was unfair to this girl. Upon seeing Qin Wushuang at a loss for words, Murong Shu immediately said, "Brother Wushuang, I am not trying to pressure you with my words. You are a man, you have ambitions, and you also have the responsibility that belongs to your destiny. I will wait for you, and I will always wait. Shu regardless. After the Heavenly Emperor competition, I will come to the floating snow house to marry you. At that time, the entire Xian Yuan Mound will celebrate together. Shu do you still remember that I once promised you that I will marry you grandly and let your clansmen marry you to me happily? I remember." Murong Shu's entire heart was about to melt as she gave an infatuated sigh. "I remember each of your words. In these years, when you were not by my side, I always reminisced about it by myself. I reminisced about each scene from when we first met to when we fell in love, and each of your words. This outwardly strong-willed woman would only open up all her worries when she was by her lover's side, leaning on his chest. She would pour out her yearning as if she was intoxicated, not holding back at all, not being pretentious at all. Even if one was a hero, the whispers of a lover could not help but turn into tenderness." Qin Wushuang was moved as he hugged Murong Shu lightly. "Shu in these years, you have suffered. Brother Wushuang, I have not suffered. How could I suffer when I have someone to care about, someone worth loving and yearning for?" Shu truly bitter days were before she met Brother Wushuang. The entire world seemed to be against me and wanted to force me to marry Luo Ting. Fortunately, Father understood me. When she talked about the past, Murong Shu also felt deeply moved. "Brother Wushuang, when you and I get married, you must invite your father, Sister Xiu and your colleagues from the Stargaze Palace to come and watch the ceremony. I heard people say that the more blessings a newly married couple receives, the happier they will be." "Ha, of course. They are all my close relatives, how could they not come?" As the snowflakes continued to fall, the two figures walked up the mountain with their backs. Happiness was in front of them. After 500 years of suppression and waiting, the Heavenly Emperor mountain pageant that everyone had been waiting for had finally arrived. It was still held at the Xian Yuan Mound holy place. Due to the hosting of the pageant, this part of the Xian Yuan holy place was completely open to the public. As long as one was a second-rate powerhouse, they were qualified to come and watch. This way, the attractiveness of the Heavenly Emperor mountain pageant had increased greatly. Across the entire Xian Yuan Mound, there were not many second-rate powerhouses. Certainly, there would be dozens or hundreds of them. With the opportunity to witness it with their own eyes, of course, not one or two would come. Certainly, they would turn out in full force, hundreds or thousands of people. 4 freelance martial artists, as long as they had reached the perfect void martial stage, they were also qualified to come and watch. This way, on the day of the pageant, A total of 100,000 people had arrived at the legendary Xian Yuan holy place in a grandiose manner. The core location of the martial arts competition would be the Xian Yuan stage of the Xian Yuan holy place. That towering Xian Yuan stage symbolized the authority and status of the Xian Yuan clan. It intimidated all sects. For tens and thousands of years, the spots for the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates had been created on that Xian Yuan stage. For tens and thousands of years, the Heavenly Emperor position had also been decided on the Xian Yuan stage. Per the usual practice, of course the Xian Yuan clan would give a speech. Being the totem elite warrior that presided over the secular affairs, it was not the first time Xian Yuan BA had met with everyone at such an occasion. He had already hosted 4 times. Now, it was his 5th time hosting the Heavenly Emperor Mountain pageant. Thus, there would not be a situation where he could not control the situation. Between his movements, a domineering aura emerged spontaneously. Perhaps he was not much stronger than elite warriors at Xin Tianwen's level. However, with the identity of a totem elite warrior, each of his movements was destined to intimidate the entire scene. Everyone, I am sure you can't wait for 500 years of reincarnation. At this time, if I speak any more nonsense, it will dampen everyone's mood. I have spoken too many of those heroic and impassioned speeches. This time, I don't want to repeat them. Still those old words, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain pageant is fair, just, and open. Within the permissible rules, any methods are allowed. Outside the rules, any actions that exceed the rules will be disqualified directly. When he said this, Xian Yuan BA swept across the place with a piercing cold gaze. He swept across each person's face. When he passed by Qin Wushuang's face, Qin Wushuang revealed a light smile and appeared calm and collected. In fact, he was qualified to be calm. Regardless of the rules or the opponents, he had already studied them enough. He was only waiting for Xian Yuan BA's order to start the pageant. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 858. With Xian Yuan BA's short speech, clearly he did not want to steal the limelight from the participating powerhouses. With a few words, he entered the main topic. Everyone, in the past, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain pageant has always had 2 segments. The first segment is the challenge competition for the peripheral powerhouses and the competition for the Heavenly Emperor. This challenge competition for the peripheral powerhouses is unprecedentedly grand. A total of 6 powerhouses are participating and 5 of them are being challenged. In other words, besides the 3 traditional wealthy clans, the other 5 are all on the list of challengers. This was something that had been announced earlier. Clearly, Xian Yuan BA did not explain as he continued to speak. The Misty Sword sect and the Flowing Sound Valley will challenge the Sound of Thunder sect at the same time. The competition for these 3 powerhouses will be held in the last round of the challenge competition. The other 4 challenges will be arranged according to the order of the drawing of lots. For the drawing of lots ceremony, please come on stage. The 4 pairs, the 8 forces, all appeared together. At this time, everyone naturally did not hold back. They glared at each other like angry fighting cocks. Their eyes were not eyes, their noses were not noses, and they were just short of rolling up their sleeves and fighting on the spot. In fact, the order did not mean anything. Some people preferred to step onto the stage immediately and some hoped to go on stage later. However, such drawing of lots was prepared by the Xian Yuan clan and could not be cheated. Indeed, the first match was between the House of Vase Mound and the 100 Lane clan. The supporter of the House of Vase Mound was Xin Tianwen. The supporter of the 100 Lane clan was the Qin clan. Of course, no one could guess the supporter behind the scenes of the 100 Lane clan. Hu Churue, patriarch of the House of Vase Mound, cupped his hands at Bai Liguang. Patriarch Bai Liguang, excuse me. What offense? Bai Liguang revealed a disdainful smile. Don't think that just because your master gave you some benefits, you can bare your fangs at the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Today, The 100 Lane clan will let you know what it means to be ignorant without fear. Initially, Hu Churue wanted to play with his temperament to gain some face for the Heavenly Emperor Shin clan. After being looked down upon by Liguang, instantly he could not hold back his anger. He said with a black face, "By Liguang, you are sneezing like a toad, such a big tone. I would like to see who is the ignorant without fear." Bai Liguang had borrowed a true supreme Dao weapon from Qin Wushuang. Moreover, Qin Wushuang had also lent Fire Qilin to the Bai Li clan to fight as an honorary elder. Therefore, he had plenty of trump cards. He sneered, "Hu Churue, cut the crap. I hope your subordinates are strong enough. It would be a pity if you don't even have a chance to meet me in the third round." Hu Churue was unforgiving. "I was just about to say the same thing to you." Fortunately, at this time, the drawing of lots over there had also ended. Shenyuan Ba said in a clear voice, "The second match is between the Great Celestial Gate and the Mysterious Reform Gate. The third match is between the Floating Snow House and the Heavenly Punishing Villa. The fourth match is between the 100 Swords Sect and the 1,000 Feather Sect." After he finished speaking, Shenyuan Ba continued, "Let's invite the representatives of the Misty Sword Sect, Flowing Sound Valley, and Sound of Thunder Sect to draw lot." Because the Shen Yuan clan had used their registration form to measure their strength, they had sent out experts of about the same level to compete with them, thus forming two pairs. Naturally, this drawing of lots was to pick their opponents. The result of the drawing of lots was interesting. The Misty Sword Sect had drawn the Sound of Thunder Sect directly. The Flowing Sound Valley had drawn the sparring partner of the Shen Yuan clan. It was as if fate wanted the Qin and Shin clan to fight in advance. The Qin clan supported the Misty Sword Sect and the Sound of Thunder Sect was the trusted aid of the Shin clan. This absolute situation was simply a rehearsal for the battle between the Qin and Shin clan. It was exactly the same as the battle between the Floating Snow House and the Heavenly Punishing Villa in the third round. If the Misty Sword Sect could defeat the Sound of Thunder Sect and the Flowing Sound Valley could not defeat the sparring partner of the Shen Yuan clan, then the Misty Sword Sect would get a spot directly. If the Flowing Sound Valley defeated the Shen Yuan clan, then the Misty Sword Sect would have to fight another round with the Flowing Sound Valley. That would determine the winner. Regardless, with so many powerhouses participating, more or less they would suffer some losses. Other people would decide the winner in one round. Most likely they would have to fight twice. This way, the drawing of lots for the outer challenge had ended completely. Shenyuan Ba's imposing voice sounded, "Please invite the Varsmound Mountain and the 100 Lane clan to the Shen Yuan stage. Below is the list of participants for these two powerhouses. There are 3 levels, from low to high, they are. For the third level of the Varsmound Mountain, it was an elite warrior of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. His appearance did not appear too abrupt. It was because everyone knew that almost none of the outer powerhouses had 3 Supreme Dao elite warriors at the same time. For the third level, it was reasonable to send out non-Supreme Dao elite warriors. The key would be their equipment and weapons. Since the Shin clan wanted the Varsmound Mountain to challenge the 100 Lane clan, it would be impossible for them to not give any trump cards. As for the second and first level of the Varsmound Mountain, of course it would be the sealed beast soul and Hu Churue himself. It was not that Shin Tianwen did not want to send more elite warriors to the Varsmound Mountain. In fact, he had already put in all his wealth and spent all his capital. In terms of wealth, even the Heavenly Emperor Gate was incomparable to Qin Wushuang, who had inherited the 7 deadly arrays formation. Most likely even the Shen Yuan clan could not compete with Qin Wushuang in terms of supreme Dao weapons, not to mention the Shin clan. Shin Tianwen felt that with his wealth, plus the power of the Varsmound Mountain, it would be enough to deal with the 100 Lane clan. He never expected that the 100 Lane clan would ask for help from the Qin clan. He never expected that the Qin clan would support the 100 Lane clan with all their power. Naturally, it was beyond his imagination for Qin Wushuang to completely control the 100 Lane clan and the 1,000 Feather Sect. For the third level of the 100 Lane clan, the Guardian Divine Beast Fire Kailin. For the second level, Bai Litu. For the first level, Bai Liguang. Following Shen Yuan Ba's announcement, The expression of Xin Tianwen changed instantly. The third level was the divine beast. This way, it seemed that the plan to use the third level to launch a surprise attack on the 100 Lane clan and win the first round would most likely fail. Divine beast Fire Kailin? Daoist Tianwen, what's going on? Saberbeard could not refrain himself from asking in a low voice. Xin Tianwen's expression was incredibly unsightly as the corner of his mouth twitched lightly. Impossible. How could this be? What? Saberbeard asked strangely. Divine beast Fire Kailin is a divine beast that Qin Wushuang subdued at the Endless Eastern Sea. How did this 100 Lane clan collude with the Qin clan? How could the Qin clan have such magnanimity? Xin Tianwen felt that this was the most absurd thing in the world. His throat felt dry. Vividly, he felt that he seemed to be at a disadvantage in the first round. He had been schemed against by his opponent. If the 100 Lane clan could ask for help from the Qin clan, then the 1000 Feather sect could also ask for help from the Qin clan. If the Vase Mound Mountain could not defeat the 100 Lane clan, what could the 100 Sword sect use to win against the 1000 Feather sect? For your information, in terms of strength, the 1000 Feather sect was even stronger than the 100 Lane clan. If the two suzerains of the 1000 Feather sect could receive the defying weapons from Qin Wushuang, most likely all the plans of the 100 Sword sect would not work out. When he told this situation to Saberbeard in a low voice, Saberbeard said with disdain, Daoist Tianwen, this Vase Mound Mountain and the 100 Sword sect are only external powerhouses. It's better if they can win. If they cannot, it will not affect the overall situation. As long as we seize the Heavenly Emperor seat and kill the Qin clan, regardless of what the external powerhouses do, the final situation will be controlled by you and me. Even if the 100 Lane clan and the 1000 Feather sect seek refuge with the Qin clan, the Floating Snow House and the Misty Sword sect, what about it? Once the Qin clan is annihilated, they will also scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. We will take care of them slowly in the future. Although he spoke these words, in the end Xin Tianwen was not willing to accept it. His overall plan was to control the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and not just annihilate the Qin clan. He said, I refuse to believe that the Qin clan has so many defying weapons to lend. Perhaps the 100 Sword sect and the Vase Mound Mountain will not have more than 50% chance of winning. However, for the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect, I refuse to believe they will lose. Just as they were whispering, the first battle of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain pageant had already started. Fire Kailin was fighting against Head Elder Hu Chozhen of the Vase Mound Mountain. Xin Tianwen prayed inwardly, this Hu Chozhen must remember the warning, we must catch the other party off guard. When fighting with a Transformation Supreme Dao Divine Beast, without a sneak attack, there is no chance of winning. Initially, Saberbeard had especially given each of the 4 trusted powerhouses of the Xin clan 2 sealed beast spiritual beasts that possessed tremendous power. Although it was not Saberbeard's strongest attack, it could match the strongest attack of a 5th or 6th Calamity Transformation Supreme Dao warrior. As long as one could control it well, there would be hope to kill a 1st or 2nd Calamity Transformation Supreme Dao Divine Beast. However, everything would depend on one's performance. If the enemy launched a fierce attack right from the start, with the strength of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, the chances of winning would be slim. Most likely, he would not even have the chance to launch a sneak attack. Therefore, this battle would completely depend on one's performance. What made Xin Tianwen feel excited was that as soon as Fire Kailin came up, he was not in a rush to launch a strong attack. Instead, he used guerrilla tactics as if he was tempting Hu Chozhen to use his trump cards. Xin Tianwen did not consider what Fire Kailin was doing. Inwardly, he only thought, hurry and launch a sneak attack, hurry and launch a sneak attack. When facing a Transformation Supreme Dao Divine Beast, it would be a lie to say that Hu Chozhen was not nervous. Dazzling before his eyes, there was only a wave of red clouds that seemed to have wrapped the entire Shen Yuan stage. Hu Chozhen had never even fought with an elite warrior of the Coagulate Supreme Dao stage, not to mention a Transformation Supreme Dao Divine Beast. Although his eyes were covered in darkness, he remembered the advice and clenched his teeth to grab the talisman that sealed the beast presence. He initiated the spell and hand techniques at the same time. With a whoosh, a miserable beast presence attack formed into a burst of solid aura. With a green face and fangs, it grabbed at Fire Kylin. Indeed, this imposing manner was on par with the strongest attack of a 6th Calamity Transformation Supreme Dao Divine Beast. Instantly, the entire Shen Yuan stage was filled with demonic aura and a gloomy fog. The sound of wailing ghosts and howling wolves from different places converged into a symphony and covered Fire Kylin tightly. Xin Tianwen slapped his thigh and instantly, his eyes lit up. This Fire Kylin was courting death. With such arrogance, it would be strange if he did not die. Unexpectedly, the sudden change of the situation on the stage was beyond everyone's expectation. Initially, the situation that appeared to be controlled by Hu Qiuzhen's strange attack suddenly took a turn and a dramatic scene appeared. Suddenly, Fire Kylin beamed with joy. A ball of fire rose from his entire body and formed bursts of dense fire net. Inside the fire net, a layer of golden cloud emitted resplendent lights. With flashes, it was extremely dazzling. Old Hu Qiuzhen, I reckon your little sealed beast presence is only at the 6th Calamity Transformation Supreme Dao stage. Can it break my 9th Calamity Supreme Dao armor? 9th Calamity Supreme Dao armor. As soon as he spoke these words, Xin Tianwen almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Wasn't he deliberately infuriating him? To be continued. If you want to know about the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 859. Regarding the background of Fire Kylin, everyone had sharp eyes and ears. As soon as he appeared, they knew that he was from the Qin clan. The fact that the Qin clan was helping the 100 Lane clan already made many people dumbstruck. Fire Kylin was the first to appear, yet he had already raised the standard to a 9th Calamity Transformation Supreme Dao armor. Many people simply rolled their eyes and knew that the Vase Mound Mountain would lose for sure. She was simply flirting with him and showing off in front of him. The reason why he did not make a killing move was because he wanted Hu Qiuzhen to use his trump card. When he used his trump card, he would defeat him cleanly. Naturally, such action would have a first-class effect in terms of attacking the morale. Hu Qiuzhen lost without the slightest suspense. His strength was far inferior and his equipment was inferior. Without almost any trump cards, he was slapped off the stage directly by Fire Kylin. He spat out 3 liters of blood and his face was as white as paper. If Qin Wushuang had not let Fire Kylin restrain himself appropriately and not kill needlessly, 10 Hu Qiuzhen would have died on the spot. Qin Wushuang did not let Fire Kylin kill more people not because he was merciful or sympathized with the Vase Mound Mountain. He was just putting on an act for the hundreds of thousands of people at this Daoist sect. Look, besides the Xin clan, the main villain, the Qin clan did not kill the accomplices. Such details seemed unremarkable, yet it was 100% effective to bribe people's hearts. After the failure of the first battle, the morale of the Vase Mound Mountain was instantly weakened. For the second battle, they sent out the sealed beast soul. For the 100 Lane house, second suzerain by Litu stepped out. Regardless, the sealed beast soul was a 4th or 5th Calamity Transformation Supreme Dao beast soul. Although his combat power was reduced by 2 levels, he was still more powerful than Bai Litu at the Coagulate Supreme Dao stage. In the calculation of Qin Wushuang and the 100 Lane clan, this was a round where they could win or lose. The most crucial part was the third round. Due to the fact that there was no pressure, the battle between Bai Litu and the beast spirit was rather exciting. How could a Coagulate Supreme Dao elite warrior resist? Although his defense was impenetrable, his attack power was lacking. He was unable to form a fatal attack on the beast spirit, which was equivalent to standing in a losing position. As such, defeat was only a matter of time. Of course, Qin Wushuang had enough equipment, but if this equipment was given to Bai Litu, who did not have any advantage in terms of talent, it might not be effective even if he spent a lot of money. Therefore, in the second round, Qin Wushuang chose to give up. Bai Litu persevered for a little less than an hour before his body floated down from the Shen Yuan stage, admitting defeat. Shenyuan Ba didn't say anything. How could an expert like him not see through this kind of battle? If Bai Litu were to fight to the death, he would only be asking for trouble. It would be more dignified to surrender voluntarily. In the world of cultivators, if one's strength was inferior, taking the initiative to admit defeat was not a shameful thing. When Bai Litu took the initiative to admit defeat, it caused an uproar beneath the stage. Previously, the spectators who were excited because of the appearance of Fire Kailin suddenly felt that the Bai Litu family was only SOSO. Could it be that they had no other moves after the first round? Instantly, many more suspense emerged from the competition that they had thought was without suspense. The third round was the deciding round. Although Xin Tianwen felt that Bai Litu must be hiding some scheme since he admitted defeat so readily, when it came to the third round, there was no room for schemes. It was a competition of strength and equipment. Bai Liguang walked onto the Shen Yuan stage leisurely and shot a glance at Xin Tianwen as if he was demonstrating his power. It was as if he was going to vent all the repressed feelings from being oppressed by the Xin clan through this glance. He felt a great sense of exultation. If it were in the past, certainly Bai Litu Guang would not dare to provoke Xin Tianwen like this. Yet now, he felt he had enough confidence. Since he was oppressed by Xin Tianwen for so many years, indeed he needed an outlet to vent the anger from his heart. Xin Tianwen was infuriated by Bai Litu Guang's disdainful attitude. However, on the surface, he appeared to be in a meditative state and turned a deaf ear. Inwardly, a surge of anger shot up violently. Even someone like Bai Litu Guang dared to provoke him. Xin Tianwen felt that perhaps he should use some valiant methods to establish his power. Daoist Tianwen, calm down. Saberbeard's leisurely voice sounded. This Bai Litu Guang has sought refuge with the Qin clan. Most likely, each of his movements are part of the Qin clan's tactics. They are deliberately provoking you to make you angry so you cannot perform at your best. This is an outside move. Ha ha, Daoist Saberbeard has a sharp insight, indeed you hit the mark. Let them be arrogant. When I sit on the heavenly emperor seat, I will settle the score with them slowly. Bai Litu Guang, sooner or later I will let you know the meaning of regret. Thinking here, Xin Tianwen could not refrain himself from looking at the Qin clan. Yet, he saw Qin Wushuang closing his eyes slightly. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as if a light smile was mixed with mockery. Just when Xin Tianwen shot his gaze over, Qin Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Xin Tianwen with a faint smile. His eyes were filled with ridicule. Xin Tianwen was not interested. In terms of such petty actions caused by personal feelings, how could an old-fashioned man like him be a match for a young man? Qin Wushuang flicked his sleeve lightly and made a casual movement with his right hand. He pointed his thumb down and opened his mouth. With a poo sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he closed his eyes and ignored Xin Tianwen. Xin Tianwen gritted his teeth with hatred and could not refrain himself from clenching his fists tightly. On the Shen Yuan stage, the decisive game that would decide the first spot of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates was about to start. Bai Litu Guang did not seem to have come to fight. Showing a leisurely expression, he appeared to be taking a stroll in his own backyard. He narrowed his eyes slightly into a line and shot a glance at Hu Qiurui. Young Hu Qiu, I have fulfilled your wish and let you be qualified to face me. However, I can promise that this will become your lifelong nightmare. Hu Qiurui also had a vicious mouth as he gave tit for tat. Only a nightmare? I will make sure you don't even have the chance to have a nightmare. Bai Litu Guang deliberately shivered and said with a strange tone, I am so scared. Tell me, how much equipment and benefits did your master give you? Hu Qiurui gave a snort. Don't pretend to be noble and virtuous, who doesn't know that you are now a watchdog of the Qin clan? Bai Litu Guang roared with laughter. The Qin clan has noble character and unquestionable integrity. As long as you are not blind, you can see it. That's right, the 100 Lane clan has asked for help from the Qin clan. The Qin clan has disregarded former grudges and is broad-minded. They have the bearing of a benevolent person. Such a magnanimous clan is suitable to be the master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. You didn't see that under the rule of the Qin clan, The Heavenly Emperor Mountain has seen many flourishing times. Now, besides attacking dissidents, what else did the Heavenly Emperor Gate do for the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? For the martial arts world of the Shen Yuan Mound to flourish, there must be a broad-minded and top-notch sect to govern it. Young Hu Qiu, you said that it is not shameful for the 100 Lane clan to seek refuge with the Qin clan. It's called a fine bird choosing a tree to nest in. On the contrary, TSK, for that declining powerhouse, you think you have found a big tree? Don't cross the river like a clay bodhisattva, you cannot even protect yourself. His offensive words were not only targeted at the Vase Mound Mountain, but also the Shin clan. It was almost the same as slapping Shin Tianwen's face. All the spectators beneath the stage turned pale with astonishment. Even those participating sects were shocked by Litu Guang's words. Regardless, the Heavenly Emperor seat had not been decided yet. Even if they had confidence in the Qin clan, they would not have inflated to this extent. Could it be they truly knew that the Shin clan could not make a comeback? Regardless of Shin Tianwen's best control, his face had turned into the color of a pig's liver. Since ancient times, for such battles, a battle of words was also a part of the content. It was something all the spectators loved to see and hear. Therefore, Shen Yuan Ba only watched coldly from the side and did not interfere. He did not urge them to start the battle. Hu Qiurui flew into a rage out of humiliation. He grabbed with his hand and a giant blade already appeared in his hand. He shouted, "Let's see if your hands are as nimble as your mouth." Litu Guang was not careless as he roared with laughter. He still stood with his hands behind his back. You can still resist when it comes to talking. You will not have any part in fighting. After he finished speaking, Litu Guang's body flashed and transformed into hundreds of shadows. When he flashed on the Shen Yuan stage, there were shadows in all directions. Wherever the shadows floated, it seemed as if tens and thousands of blades were attached to his body. The dark mass formed all kinds of illusory weapons to greet Hu Qiurui's entire body. Indeed, Hu Qiurui's strength was much less than Litu Guang's. If Shin Tianwen had not given him a Supreme Dao weapon at the 6th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage, he would not have much of a chance to win. He waved the giant blade and the biting cold blade light emitted cold lights. With a slash from the left and right, he kept slashing. Like bursts of air walls, they kept congealing around his body. Intersecting with each other, they formed a lotus-shaped defensive circle. For such lotus-shaped defensive circle, layer by layer, it possessed powerful defensive power. When Litu Guang's attack arrived, that lotus-shaped blade light withdrew its defense and gathered on the Shen Yuan stage to form a budding flower bud. All of a sudden, it spun at a rapid speed. As soon as it spun, the white and eerie blade light instantly stirred up countless sparkling and translucent starlight ripples. It spread out in all directions. Instantly, the entire Shen Yuan stage sparkled with starlight. Litu Guang laughed. You have some skills. It seems you are not completely useless. As soon as his voice dropped, suddenly, Litu Guang's expression froze. He raised his hands and a long spear appeared in his hands. He raised it high and instantly, like a dancing dragon, it carried a powerful ancient presence as if it could tear apart the entire sky. As he pointed the spear, the head of the spear immediately rolled up a whistling whirlpool. It swept across that starry illusion and instantly, everything became clear. Once again, the Shen Yuan stage regained its tranquility. On the other side, the glittering light from the giant blade in Hu Qiurui's hand seemed to have become much dimmer. It let out a miserable cry. The two divine weapons were actually able to determine the winner in a single exchange. Compared to Hu Qiurui's giant blade, the giant spear in Litu Guang's hand was imposing. Like an immemorial desolate beast that had been dormant for tens and thousands of years, it emitted a proud presence that was awe-inspiring. 3 spears, Hu Qiurui, if you can take 3 of my spears, I, Litu Guang, truly admire you. Litu Guang was full of lofty sentiments. He laughed loudly without any fancy moves. His body and the giant spear formed a perfect fit. With amazing speed and a perfect arc, the tip of the spear was very sharp and pointed directly at Hu Qiurui's forehead. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 860. The imposing manner of this spear seemed to have opened a hole in the sky as a surge of star power poured down. It transformed into a burst of dragon-like power and swept over. Hu Churue blocked it with the giant blade in his hand unconsciously. He waved the blade with his arm as if it was flying and water could not get through. Bursts of blade lights were pulled out to form layers of defensive walls to try to block this astonishing spear attack. Xin Tianwen could not refrain himself from jumping up. Idiot! Initially, Hu Churue wanted to make himself appear battered and exhausted from the disadvantage. Then, he would unleash the sealed beast presence to launch a surprise attack on Bai Liguang. Unexpectedly, Bai Liguang's full power attack was this astonishing. He did not even have the chance to defend himself. This time, even the most layman could see through it. Initially, Hu Churue planned to rely on his powerful weapon to make up for the difference in power between him and Bai Liguang. Unexpectedly, Bai Liguang's weapon was even more powerful. It had completely suppressed Hu Churue's weapon. Before Bai Liguang's giant spear, that giant blade could not make any waves. Boom! With the surge of powerful airflow, instantly a burst of strong light surged from the Shen Yuan stage. In the next moment, like a desperate kite, Hu Churue's body flew backwards. He dropped below the Shen Yuan stage with a face full of dust. Bai Liguang had blasted him off the stage directly. After struggling for a while, blood spurted out from his mouth. Hu Churue's face was ashen as his divine soul trembled. How could he dare to act recklessly? As if he had done something insignificant, Bai Liguang shook his head helplessly. His expression seemed to be complaining that the opponent was too weak. Holding the long spear in one hand, Bai Liguang bowed to Shen Yuan Ba and cupped his hands in a salute to express his gratitude. When he turned to look at the Xin clan, Bai Liguang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. A mocking smile emerged as he walked down the stage leisurely. How could Xin Tianwen not know that Bai Liguang was deliberately provoking him? Waves of cheers came from beneath the stage. Clearly, they were extremely astonished at Bai Liguang's easy victory. They felt admiration from the bottom of their hearts. A trace of smile hung from the corner of Shen Yuan Ba's mouth. He stood up and said with a loud voice, "Congratulations to the 100 Lane clan for successfully defending one of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Although the Vase Mound Mountain has failed, don't be discouraged. Keep up the good work." The words of congratulations and consolation that came from the mouth of a Shenyuan totem powerhouse naturally had a different flavor. Cheers rose from all around. For a moment, a small climax was set off. The first round of the competition had ended, and a day had passed so quickly. Everyone felt that it was not enough. They wished that the sun would not set so that the competition could continue. After a night of waiting, many impatient people were looking forward to the dawn. They couldn't wait to wake up the sun and blow away the stars in the sky. Although there weren't any big waves in the first round of battle, the brilliance was constantly being displayed. For example, the divine beast Fire Kailin's 9th Tribulation Supreme Dao battle armor and Bai Liguang's unexpected use of a stronger Supreme Dao weapon to suppress Hu Churue's 6th Tribulation Transformation Supreme Dao weapon. For those forces who had never seen the world, it was obviously a feast in all aspects. The 100 Lane clan's victory gave the 1000 Feather sect a lot of confidence. Although the Qin clan did not send any divine beasts to assist them, the current situation of the third-level duel was incredibly clear. Regardless of the Vase Mound Mountain or the 100 Sword sect, the elite warriors of the third level were incomparable to the veteran Heavenly Emperor Mountain powerhouses in terms of strength. Therefore, as long as they were on guard against the sneak attack of their sealed beast soul, plus with their powerful defying weapons, it would not be a problem for them to win in the third level. With no problem in the third level, it would not be a disaster even if they lost in the second level. In the first level duel, Luo Baiyu's equipment was the same as Bai Liguang's. Luo Baiyu's own strength was even stronger than Bai Liguang's. It would not be difficult to defeat the leader of the 100 Sword sect. Brother Guang, congratulations. Luo Baiyu was the first to arrive at the 100 Lane clan's camp to congratulate him. Bai Liguang suppressed the Vase Mound Mountain and defended a spot in the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Naturally, he was in high spirits. Brother Baiyu, the supreme Dao weapon master lent us is truly powerful. Don't worry, Wu Xuanhu, the leader of the 100 Sword Sect, is not as powerful as Hu Churue. With Master's supreme Dao weapon, it's as easy as turning your hand to win. You just need to be on guard against the sneak attack of his sealed beast soul. Luo Baiyu had grasped the essence of the battle from Bai Liguang. He also felt much more assured. His earlier worries had also been tossed to the back of his mind. Brother Guang, now your 100 Lane clan has come ashore. You have also received Master's reward. To speak the truth, I was truly worried earlier. Bai Liguang sneered. I already told you, your worries are unnecessary. It's not like you haven't seen Master's work. The 9th Calamity Transformation Supreme Dao weapons he lent us are all genuine goods at fair prices. To speak the truth, for that stingy Shin clan, besides squeezing us dry, they are stingy. Now that we need others to risk their lives, what's the use of giving them some benefits? Brother Baiyu, I am truly regretful. Initially, I should not have been oppressed by Shin Tianwen's despotic power to attack the Qin clan. If we had held on, then certainly our position would be comparable to the Floating Snow House and the Misty Sword Sect. Now, although Master is treating us well, in the end we must be on guard. The past is unbearable to recall. Luo Baiyu gave a long sigh. I can see that in terms of equipment, Shin Tianwen is incomparable to Master. I guessed that Master must have acquired many treasures from the immemorial formation. Look at the weapons Master lent us. They are all at the peak of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. Certainly it would be better to lend them to the Floating Snow House and the Misty Sword Sect. That's reasonable. The opponents the Misty Sword Sect and the Floating Snow House challenged are much stronger than the ones we faced. Brother Baiyu, it's truly refreshing to use a 9th Calamity Transformation Supreme Dao weapon. Unfortunately, it's borrowed. Luo Baiyu was also moved and extremely fascinated. Brother Guang, wouldn't it be great if Master bestowed us with this 9th Calamity Transformation Supreme Dao weapon? Bai Liguang's expression sank. Brother Baiyu, you have a big appetite, don't push your luck. It's already good that Master is willing to bestow us with a 6th Calamity Transformation Supreme Dao weapon. Look, what kind of reward can we get by working for Shin Tianwen? That's right, we must not be too greedy. Luo Baiyu immediately nodded in agreement. However, Master once revealed that if we perform outstandingly, he can lend us this 9th Calamity Transformation Supreme Dao weapon for 2 or 3,000 years. Really? Although in the martial arts world, 2 or 3,000 years was not an exaggeration, it was indeed a long time. That will depend on how you perform. If you can defeat the 100 Sword Sect, perhaps Master will agree when he is in a good mood. Luo Baiyu said with a determined tone, we must exert all our effort. He also knew that if the 1,000 Feather Sect could not break out of the encirclement, it would be the same as being kicked out. Although the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates would lose their position, certainly the Qin clan would choose someone else. The competition was in full swing. The second round of competition was between the Great Second Gate and the Mysterious Reform Gate. To the Qin clan, this round of competition appeared secondary. These two houses were old rivals. Due to the entanglement of gratitude and grudges, it was extremely complicated. The battle situation was also extremely anxious. However, in some cases, there was a huge difference between having a backer and not having one. To the Mysterious Reform Gate, they would not dare to ask for help from the Qin clan, much less the Shin clan. However, the Yun clan supported their rival, the Great Second Gate. Therefore, the Mysterious Reform Gate did not gain favor from 3 sides. Although the Great Second Gate was slightly inferior to the Mysterious Reform Gate, they also developed rapidly in these years. Plus, with the deliberate nurturing from the Yun clan, they won 2 rounds in a row and did not even give the Mysterious Reform Gate the chance to fight the 3rd round. This way, the The mysterious Reform Gate also became the first Heavenly Emperor Mountain sect to be disqualified since the start of the competition. The Great Second Gate had successfully seized a spot. Naturally, the entire Great Second Gate was endlessly jubilant. This leap of a carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate was definitely an opportunity for the sect. An opportunity to strengthen themselves. Especially when considering the opening of the God-discarding door in 20 years, such opportunity appeared even more precious. Everyone knew that ordinary sects were not qualified to participate in the opening of the God-discarding door. Only powerhouses at the level of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates were qualified to participate. At this moment, entering the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates was equivalent to acquiring a heavenly fortuitous opportunity. Naturally, the mysterious Reform Gate would lose a heavenly opportunity. Perhaps the sect would fall and never recover from this setback. To the Great Second Gate, the only variable was who would acquire the Heavenly Emperor seat. It was because when the Heavenly Emperor ascended the seat, they would have the qualification to banish. With that qualification, most likely the Great Second Gate would become the target of banishment. However, they would have to do it with real swords and spears. Additionally, when the new Heavenly Emperor ascends the seat, usually the banishment would pick the most hated opponent. For a new powerhouse like the Great Second Gate, they would not be chosen if they were not dazzling. Qin Wushuang definitely had a knot in his heart regarding the Great Second Gate. Qin Wushuang also tried to rope in this Great Second Gate. However, this Great Second Gate feigned civility and showed an ambiguous attitude. In the end, they turned to the Yun clan. For such fence-sitter style, Qin Wushuang did not like them. However, this was not the time to care about the Great Second Gate. It was because to the Qin clan, the final battle for the third spot was extremely important. For the third spot, the floating snow house would challenge the heavenly punishing villa. On the third day, at 7 in the morning, Shen Yuan BA began to announce the list of participants from both sides. This list would only be announced the moment before the start of the competition to prevent other parties from tampering. For the floating snow house, Ari Simo, with the bloodline of the immemorial Azure Dragon, would fight in the third tier. Bao Bao, with the bloodline of the immemorial spiritual monkey, would fight in the second tier. Mu Rong Chenji, the suzerain, would enter the first tier with the name of the suzerain. In fact, this arrangement was crafty. Qin Wushuang did not plan to let his father-in-law fight in the third round. It was because he knew that at the moment, certainly his father-in-law was inferior to Yang Beifei, the veteran supreme Dao elite warrior. For the heavenly punishing villa, with the death of Yang Guinan, they were indeed short on manpower. Clearly, they did not plan to fight for the third tier. They only sent out elite warriors of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. They chose to fight in the second and first tier. The second tier was a sealed beast soul at the 6th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. It was apparent that Xin Tianwen had spent a lot of capital. Yang Beifei would oversee the first tier. For these two tiers, Xin Tianwen was full of confidence. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 861. In fact, this battle could be seen as an early showdown between the Qin and the Xin clan. It was because both parties were their most trusted followers. Currently, the floating snow house and the Qin clan shared a father-son-in-law relationship. Naturally, they shared a good relationship. The heavenly punishing villa had always been the best left and right arm of the Xin clan. These two houses did not avoid it at all. Before the list was announced, the floating snow house was with the Qin clan and the heavenly punishing villa was with the Xin clan. This time, Xin Tianwen spent a lot of capital. Not only did he lend a 6th calamity transformation Supreme Dao Divine Beast, he also lent Yang Beifei a Supreme Dao weapon at the peak of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. He almost lent out his own genuine Divine 6 weapons. Beifei, for this round, you must observe the situation clearly. For the first round, you have no chance of winning. Just play around and strategically give up. The second round will be the deciding round for you. As long as you take the second round, even if Mu Rong Chenji has a genuine divine weapon, he will not be your opponent in the third round. The difference between you and him is too great. Mu Rong Chenji had only broken into the Supreme Dao stage for a dozen years. In the Supreme Dao domain, he was basically a newbie. Clearly, he was incomparable to Yang Beifei, a sixth calamity transformation Supreme Dao elite warrior who had entered the Supreme Dao stage for more than 1,000 years. In other words, for the third round, Mu Rong Chenji had no chance of winning. Although Yang Beifei was not as intelligent as Yang Guinan, his analytical skills were not weak. He nodded. Looking at the floating snow house, they should also be fighting for the second round. Isn't Bao Bao that stinky monkey next to Qin Wushuang? That's right, according to the information, that monkey only broke into the Supreme Dao stage a dozen years ago. However, I heard he has the bloodline of the immemorial spiritual monkey. However, for a dozen years, how powerful could he be? Compared to a sealed beast soul at the sixth calamity transformation Supreme Dao stage, for sure there is a difference. Yang Beifei was also full of confidence. Yes, we have seen the battle of that monkey. Although his fighting style is swift and fierce, he clearly lacks experience. I think for this round, we have 60% chance of winning. Xin Tianwen's expression went cold. I want 100% chance. The Vase Mound Mountain and the 100 Sword Sect can lose. Because they are challengers, it's not embarrassing to lose. You guys are old sects, the golden signboard of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates, you guys cannot afford to lose. Yang Beifei sweated and quickly nodded in agreement. Inwardly, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. He felt that if it weren't for your torment, not only did they not achieve anything when besieging the Qin clan, they lost so many Supreme Dao elite warriors. How could their manpower be stretched to make ends meet today? On the other hand, the Qin clan was extremely calm. From beginning to end, Qin Wushuang had a confident smile on his face. Head Mu Rong, for this battle, you will be in charge of going up the stage and watching. Trust me, you will not need to step out and one of the spots of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates will fall into your hands. Qin Wushuang's words caused Mu Rong Chenji and the other brothers to reveal joyous expressions. They looked at each other and felt extremely excited. Ari Simo chuckled and said, "Daddy, Mo won. Is there any reward?" "Yes, I'll find you a good husband in the dragon race," Qin Wushuang said seriously. Ari Simo's cheeks immediately turned red, and she said angrily, "Dad, you're too much. Be careful, I might bully your little disciple." As she said this, she winked at Yang Yi who stood next to Qin Wushuang. When this Mo saw Qin Wushuang spoiling his new disciple, she could not refrain herself from having the intention to compete for his favor. "Senior sister Mo I did not provoke you." Yang Yi stuck up her mouth and was not happy. "All right, stop messing around. Let's get down to business." Qin Wushuang moved his face and instantly, the few little ones shut up. It was apparent that Qin Wushuang had some prestige. "Mo as someone with the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, you must let everyone know that the immemorial dragon bloodline is not a bluff, understand?" Mo loved Face the most and had the same moral conduct as the disciples of the Dragon Clan. That was, she was extremely proud and prideful. Upon hearing Wushuang's provocation, she stuck out her chest and said, "Dad, don't worry, I will make him lose his sense of direction in 3 moves. Yes, Bao Bao, your responsibility is greater than Mo's." Qin Wushuang looked at Bao Bao. Bao Bao scratched his head unconsciously and laughed mischievously. "Boss, I don't need to remind you. I've been your brother for so many years and fought many battles with you. It's only a sealed beast soul. For sure, I will beat him until his head is full of bruises." While everyone laughed, Qin Wushuang said seriously, "Bao Bao, regarding strength and bloodline, I have no doubts about you. However, you have one problem, you are clumsy and immature. You are not reliable. You are too young and immature. It's easy for you to underestimate the enemy. This is a great taboo on the battlefield." Bao Bao stuck out his tongue. "Ha ha, boss, I will listen to you and not underestimate the enemy. Before the enemy falls, I will not stop. Yes, remember my words, don't dawdle with the enemy. When you go up, swing the yin-yang stretching rod and beat him to death. Bring out your demonic fighting style and let everyone see what the yin-yang stretching rod is. The yin-yang stretching rod is to beat you into a human rod. Ha ha! Everyone laughed out loud. After Qin Wushuang had shaken off such a burden, everyone's nervous mood had clearly eased. Go, perform well, don't have any burdens. When both parties went up the stage, Murong-shu stood next to Qin Wushuang and gently held Qin Wushuang's arm. She asked in a low voice, "Brother Wushuang, the floating snow house will win for sure." "Ha ha, Shu-er, the floating snow house will wait to move into the Heavenly Emperor 8 gate. Ah, the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates are great. However, after living at the floating snow house for so many years, we have a deep relationship." Murong-shu felt somewhat embarrassed. Silly girl, each of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates controls 100,000 miles of land. Regardless of resources or spiritual chi, they are many times better than the floating snow house. If you are unwilling to part with the floating snow house, you can build a branch. Choose an uncle and let him stand guard over there. Anyways, all the powerhouses in the past did this. Murong-shu revealed a slight smile and said wittily, "Is this called a crafty rabbit having 3 burrows?" Qin Wushuang roared with laughter. Watch the competition. On the stage, after Shen Yuanba had finished his introductory speech, the 2 contestants of the 3rd tier had already gone up the stage. Possessing the bloodline of the immemorial Azure Dragon, Arisimo transformed into her true form directly. Before the powerful dragon breath, her opponent, that martial artist at the exquisite mysterious boundary, was scared witless. Currently, Arisimo was also a Supreme Dao Dragon at the peak of the Coagulate Supreme Dao stage. When she activated all of her dragon breath, she was not much weaker than ordinary divine beasts at the 2nd or 3rd calamity of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. When the dragon breath that filled the sky interweaved together, it caused the entire body of that opponent to go limp. Not to mention counterattacking, he did not even have the physical strength to stand firmly. This kind of situation simply left everyone dumbstruck. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang applauded. Such a good moer, such a clever and mischievous girl. Qin Wushuang had never thought of such a method of battle. Indeed, it was to his satisfaction. How was this a battle? It was clearly a slap to the face. The muscles on Shin Tianwen's face twitched slightly. When facing such a scene, clearly he also felt incredibly embarrassed. He wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The difference was too great. Between the spreading of the dragon breath, one only heard a miserable howl. That martial artist had a mental breakdown as he started to cry loudly, "I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Before Arisimo made a move, her opponent had completely collapsed. A burst of booing emerged from all directions beneath the stage. Up until now, this was the most cowardly competition they had seen. Before the battle even started, he was already crying and begging for mercy. Could this guy be a spy sent by the floating snow house to deliberately embarrass the heavenly punishing villa? However, since he admitted defeat, according to the rules, they were not allowed to kill him. Unless they signed a life and death agreement before the competition, they were allowed to kill without caring about the consequences. After all, Arisimo was a little girl. When she saw a martial artist with a white beard crying bitterly before her, her heart softened. She cast away her lips and said, "I am not going to kill you, why are you crying? Do people of the heavenly punishing villa like to cry this much? Who did you learn from, Shin Tianwen?" This Shin clan had become a street rat. It was as if they would mock him whenever they had the chance. Initially, Bai Liguang and now this dragon girl seemed to hold a grudge against Shin Tianwen. Those with discerning eyes knew that this was Qin Wushuang's instruction. The first round ended dramatically. Without any surprise, the floating snow house did not give the heavenly punishing villa the slightest suspense and won directly. When the second round started, that sealed beast soul was released. Carrying a belly full of anger, bursts of ancient and mysterious demonic fog soared. When it revealed its true form, it was a violent male lion. This beast had a ferocious appearance and was on par with the purple flame electric beast. "Where is that stinking monkey? Come up, I am going to tear you into pieces." The lion divine beast roared and the manner on his head danced with the wind. It gave people a feeling of great power. Bao Bao jumped out from the side of the floating snow house with a grin. He waved a few fancy moves with the yin-yang stretching rod in his hand and ignored that big guy. Instead, he said to Yang Beifei of the heavenly punishing villa, "Old man Yang, hurry up and prepare to vacate the territory of the heavenly punishing villa. Don't just stand there, you will not even have the chance to go on stage in the third round." After he had finished speaking, he flipped his body and landed on the Shen Yuan stage with a dozen somersaults. He grabbed the yin-yang stretching rod in his hand and looked at the lion divine beast as if he was toying with his prey. "That big idiot, don't think you can scare people with your ferocious appearance. I, Mr. Bao Bao, specialize in dealing with pretentious people like you." The lion divine beast gave a low growl. "Stinking monkey, go die." This sealed beast soul had not fully awakened its intelligence. Thus, it only called him stinking monkey over and over again and did not have any new tricks. Bao Bao did remember Qin Wushuang's teachings. With a mischievous laugh, he grabbed the yin-yang stretching rod and twisted his body. Golden lights gushed to the sky and instantly, the advantage of the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey was revealed. As soon as he initiated his temperament, he did not lose to ordinary divine beasts at the fourth calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. "Big guy, take my rod." He swung the yin-yang stretching rod high and smashed it down on his head. This rod contained 10,000 strikes in one strike. Driven by the golden lights, instantly, it surged with a burst of imposing manner as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. The yin-yang stretching rod was a weapon at the sixth calamity of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. At this moment, its power was revealed. A series of tragic explosions rang out in the void, and the surrounding air cracked and moved in all directions, as if to make way for this shocking staff strike. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 862. Initially, the lion divine beast had been brainwashed by Xin Tianwen. He estimated Bao Bao to be at the peak of the coagulate supreme Tao stage. Unexpectedly, when this attack arrived, it was not the case. From the moment Bao Bao's aura surged, he felt something was wrong. How could this be the power of the coagulate supreme Tao stage? He was simply at the fourth or fifth calamity of the transformation supreme Tao stage. Additionally, the purity of his divine power made him, an ancient desolate beast, feel incredibly shocked. Immemorial bloodline, an extremely pure immemorial bloodline, the lion divine beast was also exceptional. Under this attack, his body trembled all of a sudden and transformed into a burst of subtle light to enter the sky. He had used the divine skill of invisibility. Bao Bao did not expect that this thick and ferocious lion divine beast would be able to play such small tricks. However, to Bao Bao, such tricks were a piece of cake. Initially, after Bao Bao had fallen into the raging flame cliff, he started to practice the pupil attachment technique. He had trained a pair of discerning eyes. In terms of pupil techniques, even Qin Wushuang was far inferior to Bao Bao. Bao Bao held onto the yin-yang stretching staff and opened his eyes wide. Immediately, bursts of subtle halos emerged from his pupils. Rings of golden lights spread out from his eyes like ripples. As the golden lights spread out and shone into the sky, even a speck of dust could not hide. Due to the gigantic appearance of the lion divine beast, his original form was revealed when he was fixed by this pupil light. Once again, he swung the yin-yang stretching staff. With a long hiss, Bao Bao's entire body swelled up. The bones on his body kept bulging and emitted clear cracking sounds. Following the bulging of the bones, his muscles also kept bulging. His four limbs kept stretching out. In an instant, Bao Bao's body had grown more than 10 times. The heaven and earth one rod swayed in the wind and actually lengthened as well. This way, Bao Bao's body was much bigger than the lion divine beast. His gigantic body was like a fierce warrior of the giant clan. Each time he took a step, a burst of muffled and giant sound emerged from the stone platform of the Shen Yuan stage. Boom, boom. Bao Bao, who had entered a frenzied demonic state, clearly, his destructive power had doubled. That lion divine beast could not help but roar madly. Despite its ferocious nature, it did not dare to clash head-on with Bao Bao. Bao Bao gave a long roar to the sky and kept swinging the yin-yang stretching rod. One rod after another, he smashed at the enemy's head. His might was astonishing. Each time when the stick came down, clearly, waves of tragic wrinkles appeared in the sky. The uneven space cracks accompanied by the glittering golden stick shadow locked the entire Shen Yuan stage within Bao Bao's attack. That lion divine beast kept roaring angrily. Bao Bao had the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey and was experienced and knowledgeable. Suddenly, he remembered something and shivered inwardly. Suddenly, he remembered something and a terrifying thought flashed across his mind. Explode the beast core. Exploding the beast core was the same as a human martial artist exploding their divine soul. This was a suicide attack that would destroy one's body and soul. Once the beast core exploded, it would be the same as a supreme Dao elite warrior exploding their divine soul. It would be irreparable and they would die for sure. Even the Creator could not save them. In the supreme Dao stage, the death of the body did not necessarily mean death. However, the death of the divine soul and the beast core would be true death. It would be death in the truest sense. Thinking here, Bao Bao was not careless at all. He withdrew the golden lights from his entire body and with a somersault, he activated a powerful spiritual talisman from his hand to cover the lion divine beast. Dragon Breath Seal. This was a life-saving tool given to Bao Bao by Qin Wushuang. Unexpectedly, it was put to use. This Dragon Breath Seal was equivalent to the strongest attack from an 8th Calamity Transformation Supreme Dao Warrior. When it exploded with a loud rumble, the wide coverage wrapped the beast core of the lion divine beast. Boom. The dragon breath that smashed onto the beast core ruthlessly caused the beast core to cry endlessly. Its hissing sound shook the sky. Bao Bao did not linger as he swept the yin-yang stretching rod across and smashed onto the beast core again. Boom. Another strike. Although the beast core and the divine soul could endure far more powerful attacks than the body, it was still not enough. Even for the divine soul and the beast core, it could not endure such attacks. When the beast core was attacked twice, the biting cold blue lights instantly dimmed. At this moment, Bao Bao's gigantic body appeared. Suddenly, he opened his mouth. As soon as he opened his mouth, it seemed as if the heavenly river was hanging there. A burst of wild absorption power, as if the demonic wind from the 9 serene hells swallowed the beast core. Innate divine skill, devour. The beast core let out a miserable cry. Under this wild wave-like temperament, it held on with all its might and could not resist this absorption power. The golden lights kept expanding and the blue lights kept dimming. The golden light was like a greedy, ferocious beast, swallowing the blue light that was constantly being extinguished, one by one, continuously swallowing. In an instant, the blue light had completely disappeared. Bao Bao let out a few gurgling sounds from his throat and had already swallowed the beast core completely. The divine skill of the immemorial spiritual monkey was terrifying to such extent. Even Saberbeard drew a breath of cold air when he saw it. He hissed, "Such monstrous talent. This stinky monkey, the bloodline of the immemorial spiritual monkey, is extremely pure. Daoist Tianwen, if this stinky monkey is allowed to grow, in the future, his threat will not lose to that Qin Wushuang." Xin Tianwen's entire body went limp. As he watched the scene of the beast core getting swallowed, even the calm heavenly emperor could not refrain from sighing inwardly. Sorrow welled up from within. His hands that hid inside the sleeves trembled lightly. Bao Bao propped himself up with the yin-yang stretching rod and kept pounding his chest with one hand. Finally, that demonic core lost its presence completely and was completely refined into Bao Bao's stomach. It had become Bao Bao's food. Absorbing this beast core would save him at least 100 years of hard work. For your information, before this beast core was sealed, It was at least a divine beast at the sixth calamity of the transformation Supreme Tao stage. Although its power had decreased slightly after it was sealed, it was still extraordinary. Since it was an immemorial desolate beast, its Supreme Tao essence blood was extremely pure. Because of this, it benefited Bao Bao. Ha ha ha! Bao Bao laughed proudly. Amidst his laughter, the golden lights kept condensing and shrinking. His body also gradually became smaller. After he had restored his original appearance, Bao Bao grabbed the yin-yang stretching rod and disappeared from his palm. When he was using the yin-yang stretching rod, it was a rod. When he was not using it, it could transform into the chi of the universe and conceal itself. It was incredibly marvelous. Bao Bao had won. Instantly, Yang Beifei's entire spirit collapsed. He opened his eyes widely and looked at Bao Bao, who was showing off on the Shen Yuan stage. Disbelief filled his eyes. Unwillingness and despair were written all over the face of this heavenly punishing villa master. Yang Beifei, I already told you to go back and prepare to make room. Why are you still standing here in a daze? Ha ha ha. Bao Bao would never mind to beat a drowning dog. He thought about how his boss had been bullied by these powerhouses for so many years. Today, he could finally hold his head high. One could imagine the joy Bao Bao felt inwardly. Like a statue, Yang Beifei was stupefied and did not utter a word. It was as if he was petrified. Shen Yuan Ba jumped onto the stage. For the second round, the floating snow house won. The floating snow house won 2 out of 3 rounds and replaced the heavenly punishing villa to gain a spot in the heavenly emperor 8 gates. The heavenly punishing villa is out. In 3 months, move 300,000 miles away from the heavenly emperor mountain. Suddenly, Yang Beifei gave a loud roar and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xin Tianwen could not help but twitch slightly. The anger inside his heart burned even more fiercely. At this moment, Qin Wushuang just happened to shoot his leisurely gaze over. He stayed calm and unruffled for a moment on Xin Tianwen's face. Then, he let out a meaningful smile and turned around. Xin Tianwen glared at Qin Wushuang and felt furious inwardly. Qin Wushuang, just be proud for a few days. Let's see how long you can be proud. When the Heavenly Emperor competition is over, if I do not play with the Qin clan until they collapse, I will write my name backward. Such ruthless words could only comfort himself inwardly. It would not help the current situation at all. For the third round, the Heavenly Punishing Villa was out and the Floating Snow House won. After this battle, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain Outer Challenge competition entered a new peak. For the fourth round, the 100 Sword Sect challenged the 1000 Feather Sect. This was another continuation of the battle between the Xin clan and the Qin clan. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 863. When the Bailey family was challenged by the Vazmound Mountain, Qin Wushuang sent Fire Qilin to help. Now, it seemed that he had made a mountain out of a molehill. Now that the 1000 Feather Sect was facing the challenge from the 100 Sword Sect, with the information from Vazmound Mountain, the 1000 Feather Sect had a preliminary understanding of the 100 Sword Sect's strength and general situation, and their chances of victory were much higher. Even though they didn't have a divine beast to assist them, Qin Wushuang had specially borrowed an 8th Tribulation Divine Dao battle armor. Just this equipment alone was enough to guarantee that the 1000 Crane Sect would be in an invincible position in the third grade battle. The situation of 100 Sword Sect was not much different from Vazmound Mountain. In the first round, they couldn't do anything at all. Other than sealing the beast's breath, there was nothing else worth mentioning. On the 1000 Feather Sect side, apart from the 2 Supreme Dao Realm Sect Masters, there were also experts who were close to the Supreme Dao Realm. Under the protection of the 8th Tribulation Transformation Supreme Dao Battle Armor and equipped with decent offensive equipment, victory was within Qin Wushuang's expectations. On the contrary, ever since Xin Tianwen lost at the Vazmound Mountain, he no longer held much hope for the 100 Sword Sect. Now, he was somewhat regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have concentrated his advantage to protect the heavenly punishing villa and the Sound of Thunder sect. Lending the sealed beast souls to the 100 Swords sect and Vars Mountain only to end up like this was truly a double loss. If the 2 sealed beast souls lent to the 100 Swords sect and the Vars Mountain were all lent to the heavenly punishing villa and the Sound of Thunder sect, the heavenly punishing villa's chances of winning the third-tier battle were still very high. Their advantages were not concentrated and were scattered, resulting in a complete defeat. Not to mention the 100 Swords sect and the Vars Mountain, even the heavenly punishing villa and the Sound of Thunder sect had a bleak future. Now that the heavenly punishing villa had been eliminated, the Sound of Thunder sect would not be far away. Xin Tianwen was already in high and vigorous spirits before the start of the competition. Gradually, he became angry and almost went mad. Up to this point, he had gradually calmed down. After Saberbeard's guidance, he also realized that it was a challenge from the external forces. Even if he lost, it would be fine. As long as the battle for Heavenly Emperor was in his hands, the situation could still be controlled. Therefore, now Xin Tianwen did not pay attention to the outside challenges. He did not care about these gains and losses and concentrated on the Heavenly Emperor competition. The failure on the outside made Xin Tianwen even more determined. He also knew that the Heavenly Emperor competition was the last chance for the Xin clan. If something were to happen during the Heavenly Emperor competition, this Heavenly Emperor mountain pageant would become the funeral of the Xin clan. If the Yun clan obtained the position of Celestial Emperor, that would be fine. If the Qin clan seized the Heavenly Emperor seat, then the Xin clan would never have the chance to rise again. Xin Tianwen's calmness was reasonable. Indeed, as he had expected, the 100 Sword sect was a hopeless case. After being defeated in the first round, there was no suspense at all. Even though the 1000 Crane sect had strategically given up on the second round as well, the sect master of the 1000 Crane sect, Luo Baiyu, didn't give the 100 Sword sect any chance since the third round began. On the other hand, the 100 Swords sect seemed to have lost their will to fight after witnessing Vars Mountain's defeat, and simply gave up on resisting after a while. Xin Tianwen did not have the time to be angry. How could he know that the 100 Sword sect's resistance in the end was also due to the Qin clan? Although Wu Xuanhu, the sect master of the 100 Sword sect, didn't know that his son, Wu Dingyuan, was the biggest spy, but Wu Dingyuan's analysis of the situation, as well as some methods of self-preservation, made Wu Xuanhu feel enlightened at this sensitive time. Wu Xuanhu had listened to his son's advice and gave up resisting. Although he had lost, Wu Xuanhu was not depressed at all. It was because he knew that the strength of the 100 Sword sect was far inferior to the 1000 Crane sect. This was not something that could be made up in 1 or 2 days. What made him feel gratified was that his son, Wu Dingyuan, seemed to have matured. His analysis and grasp of the situation was sharper than his father, the leader of a sect. To any father who wished for his son to succeed, most likely the son's future was more worthy of joy than his own. In terms of the external competition, there were 4 battles between the Qin clan and the Xin clan. Then, without exception, the Qin clan had won the 3 battles that had ended. Some busybodies had already exaggerated this and formed a positive hint. They had guided the direction of public opinion. For the Qin clan, the 100 Lane House, the Floating Snow House, and the 1000 Crane sect had all won. For those supported by the Xin clan, the Vars Mountain, the Heavenly Punishing Villa, and the 100 Sword sect had all won 100 times more. There was one more battle between the Misty Sword sect and the Sound of Thunder sect. Although the victor had not been determined, with the interference of the flowing Sound Valley, the Sound of Thunder sect was not optimistic at all. Therefore, one could almost say that up to this point, the Xin clan had been completely defeated. For the challenge competition, the 5th battle was also the most tangled triangle. Of course, the Xian Yuan clan had sent 3 martial artists of different levels to be sparring partners and had solved a lot of problems. The battles for this battle were the Misty Sword sect against the Sound of Thunder sect, and the Flowing Sound Valley against the sparring partners of the Xian Yuan clan. Xian Yuan BA started to announce the list of the 4 participating parties. These two battles had started at the same time in two different battle zones. This was to avoid any possibility of cheating due to the time difference. For the Misty Sword sect, they had almost copied the pattern of the floating snow house. The third tier of the Misty Sword sect was the second suzerain of the Misty Sword sect. He was also an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao stage. He was weaker than Qin Chongyang and more powerful than Qin Taichong. The second tier was the purple flame electric beast that Qin Wushuang had loaned to them. The purple flame electric beast had just passed the first calamity of the transformation Supreme Tao stage. As the second tier, he did not hold any advantage against the sealed beast soul at the fourth calamity of the transformation Supreme Tao stage. However, the problem was that the equipment and weapons that Qin Wushuang had given to the purple flame electric beast were not weaker than Bao Bao's. Most importantly, the purple flame electric beast was a mutated divine beast. His innate divine skills were also indescribably powerful. When fighting against Bao Bao, it would be hard to say who would win. It would not be difficult to deal with the sealed beast soul. It was exactly the same strategy as the floating snow house. They would fight to the death for the first 2 rounds. For the third round, they would not even need to fight. They would be depressed to death at the sound of Thunder sect. In fact, Ding Chijian, the suzerain of the Misty Sword sect, could not beat Lei Yiming. However, to determine the winner in 3 rounds, it would make Lei Yiming the same as Yang Beifei. Although he had strength, he could not unleash it. Just as Qin Wushuang had expected, in the third round, Ding Yujian, the second suzerain of the Misty Sword sect, did not give the other party any chance. He used his incomparably fast sword moves to defeat the other party straightforwardly. Clearly, Lei Yiming had expected this result. Therefore, he gave the sealed beast soul a death order. Regardless, he must fight for a draw. Even if he had to fight to the death with his opponent, he must fight. However, with the experience from Bao Bao's battle, of course Qin Wushuang would not let the purple flame electric beast suffer a second loss. Before the purple flame electric beast went on the stage, he repeatedly reminded him to be on guard against the self-detonation of the other party's beast core and divine soul. Although the purple flame electric beast was a violent divine beast, he was a clever Zhongfei, for he was meticulous. Different from Bao Bao's passionate fighting style, the purple flame electric beast did not refuse to use his brain in his violent fighting style. In other words, despite his rough appearance, the purple flame electric beast had a meticulous side. The weapon of the purple flame electric beast was also a weapon at the 5th or 6th calamity of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. It was a pair of flowing cloud flying claws. This flying claw was compatible with the attacks of the purple flame electric beast. Besides this weapon, Qin Wushuang also equipped Qin Wushuang with a fire phoenix armor. It could provide 3 times the divine power of the fire attribute. This had simply armed the purple flame electric beast to the teeth. While he used the flowing cloud flying claws to torture his opponent, he used the Supreme Tao genuine fire to refine his opponent. This Supreme Tao genuine fire was also the fire soul that the purple flame electric beast had extracted from the island of Fire Kailin. The power of the immemorial spiritual fire was not an exaggeration. With the support of the Fire Phoenix armor, the attack formed by this Supreme Tao genuine fire had the power to burn everything in the area. Inside the Sea of Fire on the Shen Yuan stage, the purple flame electric beast unleashed his divine power. That sealed beast soul was also determined to fight to the death with the purple flame electric beast. It tried to force out the demonic core several times, yet the purple flame electric beast was on guard against this point of his opponent. As soon as the opponent showed signs of forcing out the demonic core, his attack would shoot out like splashing water. He would not even have the chance to force out the demonic core. The purple flame electric beast's violent fighting style was exactly the same as Bao Bao's. The attacks of the flowing cloud flying claws left wounds on the body of the sealed beast soul. This flying claw was a genuine Supreme Tao weapon. Although it did not hit the target directly, its power was terrifying even with a scratch. The more the purple flame electric beast fought, the braver he became. The myriad spiritual fire burned into a sea of fire and almost suffocated his opponent. The presence of the demonic core also became weaker. With a rumbling sound, his body exploded. That sealed beast soul did not hesitate to destroy his body to lure out the demonic core. It formed into a ball of incomparably devilish lights. Like a falling meteor, it shot towards the purple flame electric beast directly. This was a self-exploding attack. The purple flame electric beast paid attention to this move and did not fall into the trap. He initiated the Fire Phoenix armor to the extreme as red lights emerged from his entire body. Balls of flames kept scuttling out from his body. The entire body of the purple flame electric beast was like a ball of raging flames, like a phoenix that had been reborn from the fire. The temperament that gushed out like a volcano and the destructive high temperature formed circles of fire defense around the purple flame electric beast's body. At this time, suddenly, the purple flame electric beast also opened his mouth and gave a roar. From his white steel teeth, a burst of lightning shot out directly. This lightning was purple in color. The purple divine lightning shot out with a rumbling sound and hit the demonic core without any warning. Innate divine skill, purple lightning sudden thunder. Boom. Immediately, the power of this purple lightning struck the demonic core to become dim and lifeless. It could not help but tremble. With a sudden clap of thunder, the demonic core was completely shattered. With a rumbling sound, it shot out in all directions and turned into fine powder. The purple flame electric beast kept roaring madly. With a sweep of the flames, he rolled in the scattered presence of the shattered demonic core. As soon as this fire rolled in, all the impurities in the surrounding were burned into ashes without leaving a single trace. Second round. Purple flame electric beast, victory. Lei Yiming's expression instantly darkened. This purple flame electric beast used the thunderbolt technique in front of the sound of thunder sect. This was simply a slap in the face. The sound of thunder sect, eliminated. The misty sword sect, victory, advanced to the second round. If the flowing sound valley won, then the flowing sound valley would decide the winner and the spot would be set. If the flowing sound valley lost, then the misty sword sect would directly obtain a spot. If you want to know what will happen next, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 864. With the victory of the Misty Sword Sect, regardless of the final result, it could be said that the powerhouse supported by the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan had lost completely. At this moment, Xin Tianwen was much calmer than in the beginning. He closed his eyes and ignored them. Out of sight, out of mind. In the past, the elite warriors sent out by the Xian Yuan clan would have more than 50% chance of winning. It would be around 50 to 60%. This time, the Flowing Sound Valley could be said to be unlucky. They were defeated by the elite warriors of the Xian Yuan clan and did not have the chance to participate in the next round. This result had benefited the Misty Sword sect as they had acquired the spot vacated by the Sound of Thunder sect. This way, the result of the outer challenge competition was completely decided. Those who were observant could see that in the competition for the 5 spots, besides the Great Second Gate winning against the mysterious Reform Gate, the ones who had the last laugh were all powerhouses supported by the Qin clan. From the beginning, when the 100 Lane House suddenly used the name of the Qin clan, all the way to the Floating Snow House, 1000 Feather sect, and Misty Sword sect had successfully acquired the spots. This was definitely not a coincidence. Even when Xian Yuan Ba saw the final result, he could not refrain from shaking his head slightly. Such result was too unexpected. In the previous confrontation with the Xin clan, the Qin clan could only defend. Who would have thought that the counterattack of the Qin clan would come with such ferocious momentum? Following the end of the challenge competition for the outer powerhouses, the first segment also ended perfectly. Indeed, this segment was brilliant and varied. All the powerhouses that came to watch were gasping in amazement. Comparing the gains and losses of the challenge competition with the strength of his own clan, he understood where the gap was, and this gave him more motivation. Naturally, this moment was the best time to educate the young disciples. The stimulation of such a grand scene would be the most beneficial to urge the young people to train actively. They would strive for the opportunity to participate in this pageant in the future. After the challenge competition had ended, the 100 Lane clan and 1000 Feather sect did not hide anything. Since everyone knew that they were walking the path of the Qin clan, there was no need to hide anything. They also fought fiercely with the Floating Snow House and Misty Sword sect. They had clearly formed a small group. When outsiders looked at this powerhouse, they were more or less surprised. Among the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, they already occupied 4 spots. There was also the Qin clan challenging the Heavenly Emperor seat. If the Qin clan succeeded in their challenge, the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain would fall completely into their hands. Of course, the majority of the neutral sects had a favorable impression of the Qin clan. They felt that if the Qin clan were to acquire the Heavenly Emperor seat, it would be beneficial to the development of all sects in the Shen Yuan Mound. Inside the main tent of the Qin clan, the 3 major chiefs and a few minor chiefs were present. The leaders of the 4 great sects were also present. This time, they were able to succeed because of the help of the Qin clan. Without the help of the Qin clan, it could be said that none of the 4 houses could seize a spot to enter the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Although the Floating Snow House and the Misty Sword sect did not possess the strength to contend against the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect, it was likely that the 100 Li clan and the 1000 Feather sect were also unable to withstand the challenge from the Vase Mound Mountain and the 100 Sword sect. Therefore, they were sincerely convinced this time. Luo Baiyu, in particular, felt very lucky. Initially, when Bai Liguang urged him to seek refuge with the Qin clan, he was more or less hesitant. Now it seemed that his hesitation at that time was truly stupid. If he had not sought refuge with the Qin clan, certainly the current 1000 Feather sect would have been disqualified with dust and dirt. For this point, one could refer to the outcome of the mysterious Reform Gate. The mysterious Reform Gate did not listen to their advice, and in the end, they were swept out by the Great Second Gate. It was apparent how important it was to have the support of a powerful powerhouse. And choosing the right powerful force, that is, choosing the right Lord of the Legends, was even more important. Although they all had the support of a powerful powerhouse, the sects that chose the Shin clan had suffered a complete defeat. This also made Luo Baiyu feel more emotional. Everyone, in the past I was ignorant and did not know the exceptional skills of the head chief Qin. Fortunately, I realized my mistake and walked on the right path. Ha ha, head chief, I will not speak of other things. In the future, the 1000 Feather sect will follow the Qin clan's lead. We will follow their orders. Ha ha, brother Baiyu, now you are finally enlightened, right? Ha ha. Bai Liguang was extremely proud. As the one who recommended him, he still felt proud. Ding Chijian of the Misty Sword sect also felt excited. As he was a new powerhouse, he was more careful with his words. However, at this moment, he also gathered his courage and said, "Friends, this challenge has fully proved that the Shin clan is only a paper tiger. The Qin clan is the most qualified and prestigious candidate for the Heavenly Emperor. I suggest that in the future, the 4 of us must unite and be determined." Mu Rong Qianji was greatly shocked. A 6th calamity, genuine supreme Dao weapon. Mu Rong Shu was very calm. He said with a smile, "Father, Brother Wushuang has already thought about it. He is afraid that the 6th calamity, genuine supreme Dao weapon will bring disaster to the Floating Snow House. Therefore, he doesn't plan to announce it." Mu Rong Qianji naturally understood and nodded continuously. He knew that with his special identity, he would certainly receive extra care. However, he did not expect to receive such a generous gift. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 865. Inside the main tent of the Xin clan, Xin Tianwen, Saberbeard, and Xin Tianchen were all present. Those 4 defeated sect leaders sat on both sides with their heads hung down in disappointment. Xin Tianwen did not lecture them. Instead, he opened his eyes widely and swept across the entire scene. He said lightly, "What, each of you can't raise your head after losing?" The leaders of the 4 major sects raised their heads unconsciously. Xin Tianwen's imposing manner was too powerful. They did not dare to lower their heads and ignore him. "Your Majesty, this time, we lost with too much grievance." Yang Beifei could not hold back. Especially for the heavenly punishing villa and the sound of thunder sect, in terms of true strength, the floating snow house and the misty sword sect were indeed much inferior to them. However, due to various reasons, they were the ones that were eliminated in the end. It was not because they lacked power, but because of the use of tactics and the vicious moves of their opponents. Xin Tianchen said with a bitter smile, "Two chiefs, I also feel sorry for you. This is truly unexpected. Who knew that the Qin clan had so many trump cards? In their hands, Transformation Supreme Dao weapons seem to be ordinary weapons. When did the Qin clan become this extravagant?" Suddenly, Saberbeard said lightly, "Tianchen, it's impossible for the Qin clan to have so many pieces of equipment. Don't forget that Qin Wushuang is the one that inherited the immemorial formation. In my opinion, he already inherited many pieces of supreme equipment from the immemorial formation. The weapon used by that stinky monkey is at the 5th or 6th calamity of the genuine supreme Dao stage. Besides the totem clan in the Tian Shenland, who else has a 6th calamity genuine supreme Dao weapon?" Xin Tianchen said with grief, "That kid Qin Wushuang is truly lucky. He had taken all the benefits." "Sir Saberbeard, is that immemorial formation truly that mysterious?" "Humph, that formation is not a bluff. It's rumored that the owner is not from the Tian Shen land. He is a heavenly god that has surpassed the genuine supreme Dao stage." Heavenly god. These 2 deafening words caused everyone to be shocked as they revealed a fanatical look from their eyes. To the Tian Shen land, the heavenly god was a paramount and unreachable existence. One could only achieve the Dao of the heavenly god by dashing to the Galaxia. However, in the recent tens and thousands of years, was there an existence that dashed to the Galaxia? Not a single one. Even if the totem clan practiced to the peak of the genuine supreme Dao stage, they still couldn't pass through the 9 tribulations. Soaring to the Milky Way was just an illusion. As soon as Xin Tianwen thought about how Qin Wushuang had inherited that formation, a burst of anger scuttled from his bones. If that Qin Wushuang was allowed to grow, in the future, not only would the Xin clan not have a place to stand at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, they would not be able to gain a foothold in the entire Xian Yuan Mound, or even the Tian Shen land. Fellow Daoist Saberbeard, we must win this Heavenly Emperor battle. We can no longer afford to lose. Xin Tianwen looked at Saberbeard directly. Saberbeard nodded solemnly. "Daoist Tianwen, I asked you to think of a way to get the participant list of the Qin clan. Did you get it?" Xin Tianwen said with a bitter smile, "For sure, this list of participants will be kept secret." It was impossible for the Shen Yuan family to reveal it. This was a crime punishable by death. Shen Yuan BA didn't dare to reveal it either. "Although I am the Celestial Emperor, there is nothing special in front of the Shen Yuan clan. If we can get the list of participants, it will be easier to handle. Now, I don't know how the Qin clan will play their cards. In the end, there is still some suspense in this battle," Saberbeard said with a low voice. After experiencing the power of Qin Wushuang again and again, Saberbeard did not dare to boast. "Your Majesty, Sir Saberbeard, we all know how many people the Qin clan has. Qin Wushuang's divine beasts have already represented other powerhouses. They will not come out to fight again. I think we have a great chance of winning. For the Qin clan, even if Qin Xiaotian can fight, it might not be useful," Xin Tianchen said. Speculating according to the usual rules, the trump card of the Qin clan is Qin Wushuang, Qin Xiaotian, Qin Yunran, and Qin Chongyang. For Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang, regardless of who goes out to fight, when they meet Tian Chen with the twin-sealed beast souls, they can at least fight to a draw. Even if Qin Yunran goes out to fight with the 6th Calamity Genuine Supreme Dao weapon, it will not be enough to defeat Tianchen and the twin-sealed beast souls, Saber Beard analyzed. After a moment of silence, Xin Tianwen nodded. The Genuine Supreme Dao 6th Calamity weapon will at most double his strength. For the twin-sealed beast souls, plus Tianchen, it will be 3 against 1. For this battle, it would be impossible for Tianchen to not even get a draw. For the second round, will they send Qin Xiaotian or Qin Wushuang? Their strength is almost equal, it's possible for them to go first. Saberbeard said, "Didn't you say Qin Xiaotian is severely injured and cannot fight?" Xin Tianwen said with a bitter smile, "That's the case according to the usual rules. However, for that kid Qin Wushuang, if he gets a divine medicine that defies the natural order, it's not impossible for him to appear lively and vigorous. I see the Qin clan is confident, most likely Qin Xiaotian can fight." The other people nodded in deep agreement. "Yes, Your Majesty, the Qin clan is extremely cunning, we must guard against them." Each time we have suffered from underestimating them. This time, we would rather overestimate them than underestimate them. Saberbeard, how much assurance do you have to defeat that Qin Xiaotian? Suddenly, Xin Tianwen asked. Saberbeard revealed an indifferent smile. Qin Xiaotian is only at the 2nd calamity of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. After being injured for so long, certainly he did not increase his strength. Now, to win against him, I definitely have more than 90% assurance. This trip to the Heavenly Fire southern border, I acquired a few divine skills that are incredibly powerful. By that time, I will kill Qin Xiaotian in one breath and avenge your clan. Xin Tianwen nodded fiercely. Alright, if I meet Qin Xiaotian, certainly he is not my opponent now. On the other hand, that Qin Wushuang. Yes, this Qin Wushuang is rather worrisome. However, even if he had fortuitous opportunities, we also had fortuitous opportunities at the southern border. In the end, he is not as powerful as us. Daoist Tianwen, you must not have a shadow in your heart. Xin Tianwen said with a cold sneer, "Shadow in my heart? That time he was lucky and I was careless. Now, how could I suffer that loss again? Isn't it just a puppet clone? If I am on guard, I will not be afraid of him. Yes, if Tianchen can win that round, we will be absolutely safe. If Tianchen can draw, we will also have 80% assurance. Even if Tianchen cannot win, you and I can control the situation. Brother Tianwen, remember, regardless of who you or I encounter Qin Wushuang, you must provoke him into a life and death battle. If this person does not die, even if we win this time, we will certainly suffer a great loss in the future." It was apparent that Saberbeard also restrained his fear of Qin Wushuang. Even though he had the confidence to win against him, he restrained his fear of Qin Wushuang's potential. Alright, it's the best opportunity to kill him on the Shen Yuan stage. Xin Tianwen revealed a malevolent smile and raised his head to sweep across the entire scene. He said with an indifferent tone, "Everyone, no need to lament. Since the Xin clan has continued the Heavenly Emperor position, we will fight for benefits for everyone. It's not important whether you are at the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates or not. What's important is whether the Xin clan is on the Heavenly Emperor position. If the Xin clan is on the Heavenly Emperor position, you will also have a chance to open the God-discarding door." Xin Tianchen also advised, "Yes, the most important thing now is for everyone to unite. This time, we did not anticipate the enemy enough. When the Heavenly Emperor position is confirmed, we will kill Qin Wushuang and seize his equipment and treasures. By that time, the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain will naturally fall into the hands of the Xin clan. When the God-discarding door opens, there will be great fortuitous opportunities. This way, everyone will only wait for 500 years. In the next 500 years, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain pageant will open and everyone can challenge again. You will climb back up from where you fell." Yang Beifei and Lei Yiming exchanged a glance and felt that most likely this was the only choice at the moment. Now, even if they were to complain about the Xin clan inwardly, it would be inappropriate for them to voice it out. Now, they would only have hope by hugging the Shin clan's thigh. Your Majesty, then we will wish the Shin clan to seize the Heavenly Emperor position for the third time. We will conceal our strength and bide our time for 500 years, waiting for your guidance. Shin Tianwen revealed a satisfied smile and said, that's how it should be. Don't be discouraged. With the Shin clan on the throne, we will not neglect you old officials. Thank you, Your Majesty. At this moment, they could only flatter the Shin clan and follow behind them. They had no other choice. Additionally, with the double insurance of the Heavenly Emperor and Saberbeard, they were confident that the Shin clan could seize the Heavenly Emperor position. After a short 3 days of rest, the second part of the Heavenly Emperor mountain pageant finally opened its curtains again. Finally, the three powerhouses unveiled their mysterious veil and no longer concealed themselves. They revealed their fangs and prepared for this final fight. This was the competition for the Heavenly Emperor position, the competition for the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and the competition for future benefits. Even the Qin and Yun clans that were usually on good terms with each other put away their courtesy. When Xian Yuan Ba looked at the situation of the three powerhouses, he was extremely satisfied. He said with a smile, everyone, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain pageant that happens once every 500 years has finally welcomed its peak. Who will take the Heavenly Emperor position? Where will the Heavenly Emperor Mountain go in the future? Next, let these three old sects give us the answer. The representatives of the three houses walked up to the Xian Yuan stage from 3 different directions and waved their hands to pay their respects. This could be said as a strategy to rope in popularity and buy people's hearts. At this moment, the question of who was more popular and who was less popular could be seen from the intensity of the cheers. The Shin clan was the current Heavenly Emperor Gate and was the first to go up the stage. Cheers emerged from all directions and thunderous applause sounded. However, one could see that many people were expressionless. They were not satisfied with the rule of the Shin clan as much as the applause and cheers. Usually, the Yun clan kept a low profile. Therefore, the applause they received was not exaggerated. On the contrary, when Qin Wushuang went up the stage, the cheers sounded like a tsunami from all directions. Chapter 866. The instant the drawing of lots appeared, Qin Wushuang and Shin Tianwen raised their heads at the same time. They glared at each other with piercing cold eyes and did not conceal the hatred in their eyes. At the same time, they had a strange thought. It seems that the Xian Yuan clan has done something to this lot, or else how could it be so coincidental each time? Anyways, it's fulfilling my wish. Instantly, the audience beneath the stage boiled with excitement. The Qin clan against the Shin clan. This was simply a predestined showdown. There were too many things to watch. Putting aside the grudges between the Qin and the Shin clan, just in the 4 battles of the challenge, the powerhouses supported by the Qin clan had completely defeated the 4 powerhouses supported by the Shin clan. This would inevitably escalate the flames of war. Would the Qin clan suppress the Shin clan in one spurt of energy, or would the Shin clan defeat the Qin clan and turn the tide? Objectively speaking, although the Qin clan had always been domineering, their weakness was also apparent. It was because in fact, their absolute elite warriors were not stronger than the Shin clan. In fact, they were much weaker. The main reason was that the outside world knew that Qin Wushuang was severely injured. After all, Qin Wushuang was young. It was definitely unknown whether he could resist Shin Tianwen, an elite warrior that had been famous for many years. For the Shin clan, they had Heavenly Emperor Shin Tianwen, who was known as the #1 existence beneath the Totem clan. Among the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, he was definitely the #1 elite warrior. With Saberbeard at a similar level, these 2 final elite warriors were enough to guarantee that the Shin clan would be in an invincible position. Therefore, although everyone was astonished by the performance of the Qin clan earlier, at the crucial moment, they still did not think highly of the Qin clan after a calm analysis. Of course, the Qin clan had Qin Wushuang who excelled at creating miracles. Naturally, Everyone had expectations and hoped that Qin Wushuang could create some miracles at such a major scene. Xian Yuan Ba started to announce the list. The list of the Xin clan: 3rd tier, Xin Tianchen. 2nd tier, Guardian Saberbeard. 1st tier, Xin Tianwen. This arrangement was not ambiguous at all. It was completely within everyone's expectations. Saberbeard and Xin Tianwen, these two elite warriors, were equivalent to double insurance. Xian Yuan Ba looked at the Qin clan again and continued to speak. The Qin clan's battle list is as follows. The 3rd tier, Xian Yuan Ba deliberately paused for a moment. Clearly, he was trying to keep them in suspense. He shot a glance at the Qin clan and there was slight astonishment in his eyes. Then, he glanced around the foot of the stage and continued to speak. The 3rd tier, the guardian divine beast of the Qin clan, the 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast. 2nd gear, Qin Xiaotian. 1st gear, Qin Wushuang. 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast. What was that? Those who didn't know what was going on started to ask around and whisper to each other. Xin Tianwen and Saberbeard exchanged a glance and felt a burst of coldness from their backs. It seemed that he had been tricked by the Qin clan again. They were all veterans of the Jianghu. How could they not have heard of the 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast? The 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast of the past was of the same level as the golden cicada of the Karakoram immortal clan of the illusion Heavenly Lake. If he was not sealed by the golden cicada, he would definitely be at the true supreme Tao level. In terms of experience, he would not be less than Xin Tianwen. Xin Tianchen's complexion changed drastically as he sent his voice. Your Majesty, Sir Saberbeard, when that 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast was at the illusion Heavenly Lake, he once escorted Qin Wushuang out of the Ordeal Island. I didn't expect that he was bribed by Qin Wushuang. This 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast was a freelance martial artist and did not belong to any sect. Although he was active at the illusion Heavenly Lake all year round, he was not considered a foreign powerhouse. Therefore, he did not hesitate to help the Qin clan. Xin Tianwen looked at Qin Wushuang with a profound gaze, yet where was this 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast? He was incredibly familiar with those faces of the Qin clan. He did not even see Qin Xiaotian. At this moment, a straightforward long whistle came from beneath the stage. Ha ha ha, Brother Wushuang, it's my turn, right? This voice came from 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast. He activated his body and 10,000 long whiskers danced like tentacles. He already flew onto the Xian Yuan stage. When 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast shot a glance at Saberbeard, he was slightly stunned. Then, he laughed. Saberbeard, are you also getting involved in this muddy water? Saberbeard said coldly. Chasing Cloud, when did you get involved with the Qin clan? 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast said lazily. You owe the Xin clan a favor, you must return it. I owe head chief Qin a favor, of course I must return it. TSK, Saberbeard, after not seeing you for 2,000 years, your strength is ahead of mine. Nice, you are truly exceptional. Clearly, these two divine beasts knew each other. No one would have expected to see them again under such circumstances. Upon hearing his words, Saberbeard gave a cold snort. Inwardly, he was worried. If this 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast had not been sealed for such a long time, his strength would not be less than Saberbeard's. Even in this case, it would be more than enough to deal with Xin Tianchen. Even if he had the twin-sealed beast souls, most likely he would not be able to unleash them before 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast. Firstly, clearly this 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast was close to the genuine Supreme Tao stage. Secondly, the tens and thousands of tentacles of 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast were perfect for dealing with a group of elite warriors. Daoist Tianwen, you and I are carrying a heavy burden. Tianchen has no chance of winning against this chasing cloud-chasing beast. Saberbeard said with a heavy tone. Clearly, Xin Tianwen also saw through most of it. Tianchen, go up and try. If it's impossible, don't force yourself. Remember to admit defeat in time to protect yourself, Xin Tianwen instructed. Since two elite warriors of the Xin clan had died, Shin Tianwen's heart was also dripping blood. Now, on this problem, of course he was extremely cautious. If something were to happen to Shin Tianchen, then he would truly become a lone commander. Please invite the third-tier competitor to the Xian Yuan stage. Xian Yuan BA said loudly. Shin Tianchen could only bite the bullet and walk up. Inwardly, he was already feeling somewhat timid. This 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast was an elite warrior at the quasi-genuine Supreme Dao stage. Even if he could summon the twin-sealed beast souls, what could he do? The difference in strength was too great. It was not something that could be made up with more people. 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast remembered Qin Wushuang's instructions. As soon as he made a move, he must cause casualties. Before the other party could surrender, he must deliver a fatal blow. Therefore, when Xian Yuan BA announced the start of the martial arts competition, 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast immediately urged all his tentacles to roll at Shin Tianchen from all directions. When had Shin Tianchen ever witnessed such power? Unconsciously, he flashed his body and plundered backwards rapidly. He would not dare to face it head-on. 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast let out an evil grin. All of a sudden, those tentacles opened up and formed a giant net that covered the sky. As it opened and closed in the sky, it wrapped the entire Xian Yuan stage. Suddenly, Shin Tianwen's heart sank as he shouted, "Tianchen, admit defeat." Shin Tianchen dodged in the sky. Upon hearing these words, he cried out without hesitation, "I admit defeat." When Xian Yuan BA heard these words, he shouted, "Stop." Since one party admitted defeat, if the other party continued to attack, it would be considered a violation of the rules and they would be disqualified. 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast stopped embarrassedly and shot a helpless glance at Qin Wushuang. There was some apology in his eyes. Regardless, the opponent was at the third or fourth calamity of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. Clearly, it was impossible to kill him instantly. When confronting an elite warrior like Heavenly Emperor Shin Tianwen who was a few thousand years older than them, people could not help but form a fixed mindset. He felt that they were not on the same level at all. The difference was too great. Qin Xiaotian ignored the dumbfounded saber-beard and smiled leisurely. After bowing to Shenyuan BA with cupped fists, he walked down the stage leisurely like a wild crane, free and easy. This kind of unforeseen event caused all the spectators to be completely stunned. The Battle of the Celestial Emperors, the legendary Battle of the Celestial Emperors that involved life and death, had actually successively surrendered. However, the changes in the first two rounds made the third round even more interesting. The result of one win and one loss indicated that there must be a winner in this third round. It seemed to have been arranged by fate that the strongest warriors of the Qin and Xin clan, the leaders, would be bestowed with more meaning at the peak of this competition. They would start their battle. Saberbeard was panting with anger as he felt he had no place to exert all his strength. He walked down the stage with resentment, yet he felt incredibly depressed. For this battle, Saberbeard had planned to exert all his strength to boost the morale of the Xin clan and sweep away their declining situation. Unexpectedly, it was such a result. Although it appeared they had won one round, it was completely different from defeating the opponent. However, this was completely different from winning by defeating the opponent. It was also different from Shin Tianchen admitting defeat after starting the battle. From the beginning, Qin Xiaotian admitted that he was not fit to fight since his injuries had not healed completely. Giving up the competition openly would not hurt the morale of the Qin clan. Perhaps, this was the strategy arranged by the Qin clan. They would take the first round and give up the second round to fight to the death in the third round. Saberbeard walked down angrily and said to Shin Tianwen helplessly, "Daois Tianwen, it seems the Qin clan is betting on Qin Wushuang to fight the third round with you. Everything depends on you." Shin Tianwen revealed a somewhat malevolent smile. "Just watch me. I will use this chance to kill this little bastard and defeat the Qin clan." Saberbeard gave a light sigh. You must be careful, watch out for that kid's puppet technique. You must be on guard against his graceful spiritual bow. Xin Tianwen gave a light snort and nodded. He walked towards the Shen Yuan stage in large strides with a majestic gait. When the Heavenly Emperor appeared, it immediately caused a burst of cheers from all directions. Everyone revealed an incredibly excited expression, for they knew that for this battle, they would not fail again. Regardless of the Xin clan or the Qin clan, they could not afford to lose. It was also impossible for them to admit defeat. At this moment, Xin Tianwen revealed his imposing manner as the Heavenly Emperor. On the Shen Yuan stage, his lofty figure and mighty body, combined with his Heavenly Emperor attire, gave people the powerful pressure of a superior figure. For the Qin clan, Qin Wushuang seemed to have no intention to fight with Xin Tianwen for this moment. Slowly and leisurely, he formed his own body. If one were to say that Xin Tianwen was as majestic as the surging sea, then Qin Wushuang was more like a little stream that gurgled slowly and freely. However, would the galloping sea be able to suppress the gurgling stream for sure? On both sides of the Shen Yuan stage, two people already stood on the stage. One had a lofty figure like a towering mountain. The other one had a tall and straight figure like a bamboo. Qin Wushuang's eyelids twitched lightly and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He said lightly, Xin Tianwen, I have waited for this day for a dozen years. It seems that the heavens have treated you and me well, they did not let us miss this battle. Xin Tianwen gave a cold snort. If the heavens want to miss it, I will not let them miss it. You still stinking of your mother's milk, how could you dare to lead the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan? It seems that the Qin clan is getting worse with each generation. It's ridiculous for a little kid to be in charge. Xin Tianwen, I will not bicker with you for not showing respect for your age. Only, your Xin clan is tyrannical and tyrannical. You sit on the seat of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, yet you do not think to advance and only know internal strife. Today, I am going to enforce justice for the heavens and kick your Xin clan out of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It seems that you also hate the Qin clan to the bone. Since all grudges are placed on this battle, why don't we make a bigger bet between you and me? Humph, how do you want to play? Xin Tianwen rolled his eyes and asked with vigilance. In a life and death battle, without determining life and death, you are not allowed to step down. Do you dare? Qin Wushuang lowered his voice and asked coldly. Instantly, Xin Tianwen felt apprehensive inwardly as he looked at Qin Wushuang with astonishment. Life and death battle? This kid wants to set a life and death battle with me? Without any reason, Xin Tianwen felt a trace of uneasiness. This kid is far less powerful than me, yet he wants to set a life and death battle with me. Could it be he truly has some tyrannical trump card? After all, Xin Tianwen's injury had left a shadow in his heart. If it were in the past, he would not care about gains and losses. His powerful confidence would not allow him to consider these problems. However, this time, a trace of hesitation had emerged. Even if it was only a moment of hesitation, it was a sign of not having enough confidence. However, he immediately thought, regardless of how monstrous this kid is, could he have the skill to win against me? If he truly has this skill, if he does not kill me now, there will be many opportunities in the future. Why would he deliberately force me to use a life and death battle on this Shen Yuan stage? By the way, he must be deliberately provoking me. He wants to make me feel suspicious and upset. He wants to make me unable to unleash my strongest state. That must be it. Xin Tianwen thought quickly and felt that Qin Wushuang was bluffing him. Since it was a bluff, he must not fall for it. Instead, he hit the snake with the stick and said with a cold sneer, life and death battle. All right, then it will be a life and death battle. On the Shen Yuan stage, we will not stop until one of us dies. Even if I surrender, you can continue to kill me. No one else can interfere, right? Even if that's the case, would you dare to take it? Qin Wushuang asked coldly. Xin Tianwen roared with laughter. I should be the one asking you this. Since you mentioned it, then I will fulfill your wish and send you to the Western Paradise on the Shen Yuan stage. In fact, Deep inside Shin Tianwen's heart, he also had this idea. In a life and death battle, they would not stop until one of them died. He would use this opportunity to kill Qin Wushuang and seize his treasures and equipment. If he could inherit that ancient formation, then Shin Tianwen would have struck it rich. Indeed, Shin Tianwen had been thinking about this idea for a long time. Besides, he had no other choice. If he did not kill Qin Wushuang this time, in the future, following Qin Wushuang's continuous growth, Shin Tianwen would not have any more chances. Even if the Shin clan seized the Heavenly Emperor seat, most likely they would not be able to eat or sleep peacefully when facing a constantly growing Qin Wushuang. Therefore, to kill Qin Wushuang, now was the best opportunity. He could kill him justifiably and he would not have to bear any infamy. You too, the Qin and Shin clan are the trusted aides of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. I advise you to calm down. Once you sign the life and death contract, there is no room for regret. For this battle, one of you must die on the stage. This is not a child's play. At this moment, Shen Yuan-ba did not dare to neglect as he analyzed the stakes seriously. Shin Tianwen said with an indifferent smile, "Mr. Ba, since you are going to sign it, you will not regret it. You can also see that the Shin clan and the Qin clan cannot live under the same sky. Regardless of who wins or loses, they will not allow the other party to stay at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. When two tigers fight, one of them must be injured." Shen Yuan-ba gave a light sigh and nodded. Then, he looked at Qin Wushuang. For a life and death battle, both parties must agree. If one party did not sign, it would not work. He rather hoped that Qin Wushuang would not agree at this crucial moment. Qin Wushuang revealed a light smile. Although he did not speak heroic words, his expression was strangely persistent. He would not repent for a life and death battle. Shen Yuan-ba revealed a bitter smile. "I hope you will not regret it by that time. Come, prepare the life and death contract." As soon as the three words life and death contract were spoken, instantly the Shen Yuan stage became solemn and respectful. Everyone's breathing became rapid. Everyone knew what this life and death contract meant. A life and death contract meant life and death. Once signed, there would be no room for regret. In other words, for Shin Tianwen, an ambitious and ruthless elite warrior for thousands of years, and Qin Wushuang, the exceptional genius that only appears once every 10,000 years, one of them would die on the stage after this battle. For such supreme figures, one of them was about to die. Naturally, the shock from the fall of such elite warriors made everyone's heart surge endlessly. Even the people of the Qin clan who always carried a smile revealed a grave expression. They knew the weight of a life and death contract. On the contrary, Qin Wushuang and Shin Tianwen, the two parties involved, were unexpectedly calm. Both of them signed their names and made a vow. Beneath the stage, Murong-shu bit his lips lightly, yet he remained strong. Next to Murong-shu, Bao Bao and the other divine beasts could not refrain from scratching their ears and scratching their cheeks. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.